Up next, the Clippers taking on the Knicks. For the Clippers, they pride... Welcome, everyone, to the NBA. There should be plenty of action down in the painted area. Tonight, Greg, with... Big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. Down in the block, it'll be Kawhi next to Zubac. Harden out there with Ben Simmons, and it's Bogdanovich in at the 3. Bridges finds Anunoby. Brunson surveying the D. Here's Towns. It's hauled in by Zubac. Leonard against Hart. Bogdanovich wide open. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Great shooting off the pass. Get the feet set. Good balance. Bogdanovich dangerous.
Bridges attacking. Here's Hart. Misses the 3.
A bit of pride at stake, trying to get that last 3-ball back, but couldn't get it to fall.
To the inside. Kicks it out to Bogdanovich. Simmons inside. Brunson covering.
Well, they shouldn't be giving that shot to anyone, but they certainly shouldn't be giving it to him. That's a big break for the defense.
Right, looking back to last season, the Clippers had one red-hot stretch.
That's right. They went on a 26-5 run between December.
And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
At the line, 2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules. There will be 2 minutes to review the play.
The original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Yeah, I know this gets said a lot. Josh Hart plays with heart. It's true, though. This guy's a fantastic competitor, plays with energy on both ends, and it's infectious for his teammates.
And there's a whistle, and that's going to go on Simmons. That is his first foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
That's his first personal.
And so just over a minute and a half played. Outside, Towns. And the 3 off target.
Not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Eubanks, he's checked in for Zubac.
Number 15, Drew Eubanks.
Here's Brunson. And Hart has it in the corner. Back to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Leonard. Towns in the corner. A three-pointer is right on target. And that makes it a tie ball game.
And drifting to the corner and finding some space, Towns can exploit any gap in a defense.
Well, Greg, the Knicks have certainly brought hope back to the city of New York.
And it's been fun to watch. The fans are rallying behind this team. And it's not just because they're winning. It's the way they're winning. They play with heart and hustle.
And the Knicks making a change here. Achua's checked in.
He creates such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go. Even with the defense not really a factor.
And despite the size disadvantage, attacking the heart of that defense.
Yeah, no stopping him on that play. Sometimes even the taller defenders are helpless to stop him.
Simmons. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
And the closer Simmons gets to the rim, the more dangerous he becomes. I love watching him in attack mode.
Hart against Bogdanovich. Hart, that's good.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
Here's Simmons. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's on Jalen Brunson.
And you love when Simmons plays with aggression inside because it really forces the D to adjust.
So for the Knicks, Miles McBride's checked in for Bridges. And Cameron Payne subbed in for Jalen Brunson. Payne finds Towns. It's hauled in by the Clippers. There's a minute 34 left in the first quarter of the game. Now here's Simmons. 5 points in the game. Outside Bogdanovich. Shot clock at 6. Leonard the pass to Eubanks. The three-pointer no good. And so it's Payne with it. He'll bring it up for New York. It's a 5-point game. Great open look there. Hart's got 7 points.
And he can hurt you from there. The D must be up on Hart when he has the ball.
54 seconds left in the first. And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession.
That's just poor communication between those two. The passer has to make sure his teammate is established, and the teammate has to know the pass is coming. See, that's communication.
Bridges, he's checked in for New York. And he drives in. Here's Achua. And the Knicks hit again from deep.
He might not have the long range ability of some other guys, but he will knock down open ones like that.
Simmons can't get it to go. Knocks it loose. Tries to save it, and it's out of bounds. The Knicks able to retain possession here.
A split-second late, but almost came up with a steal there.
Real close, and I'm sure next time you might time that a little bit better and get a hand on it.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Josh Hart, he's checked in for Achua. OG Anunoby comes in for Miles McBride. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Cameron Payne. 1 second separating the shot clock and game time. And again, it's the Clippers missing. The Knicks with the lead. And Brunson has it in the corner. Here's Hart. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. And here comes Harden, leading the fast break. And right as the buzzer sounded, he just dunked it right down. Wow!
Solid.
And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And taking a look at Los Angeles' performance here, what have they been doing or not doing?
Well, their effort on the defensive end has set the tone for this game.
That defense has been infectious here as everybody stepping up aggressively on that end.
You've got Bridges. Robinson is out there with Achua. Then there's Miles McBride. And it's Payne at the point guard. They're the group New York will start the second with. With one on the clock, the dunk by Achua.
That is a product of pure effort, guys.
I agree, and that's nothing new coming from him, GA. He loves going to work on the rebounding, going to work on the board.
Stick with fundamentals there. Shot goes up, box out, or he'll destroy you.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin, as always with Tom Thibodeau teams, they are level-headed. He said of his Knicks, we want guys to sacrifice and put the team first, but there has to be that belief. When your best players have it, your entire team ends up having it. We know if we stay disciplined, we'll have a chance to win. Kevin?
A very good chance, DA. Thank you. Here's Robinson. Back to Achua. Bridges outside. To the middle. Achua finds Bridges. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. We know the 90s were a different era, Greg. Either win the game or win the fight. Remember that? Do you miss that physicality?
Well, I will say, Kevin, it made for some great stories, but I don't think we're missing much without all the extracurriculars. And I think we have a beautiful game now.
Here's Simmons.
Okay.
Goodness, Ben Simmons, unreal.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
Two teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
The Clippers in the lead.
Clippers lead 19-17.
Simmons inside. He's against Bridges. Zubats a screen on Anunoby. Back to Zubats. And stolen by Anunoby. Out to the right wing. Pass to Bridges. New York moving the ball around. And the foul call on Kawhi Leonard. That'll be his second foul of the game. Jalen Brunson, he's checked in for the Knicks. And then for the Clippers. Bogdanovich, he's checked in for Hart. And it's Mills in for Ben Simmons. Bogdanovich against Bridges. And it's in after a nice bounce off the right side. Robinson's got it all tied up now for the Knicks. Brent, when you talk about the Clippers franchise, and you appreciate this so much, their first superstar was really Bob McAdoo.
And what a tremendous talent. You know, most people remember Bob McAdoo with his years with the Lakers. But, man, when he was with the Buffalo Braves, 3 straight scoring titles, was the league MVP in 1975. Sorry, Dad. Some people still consider him the club's best player ever.
Towns sets the pick for Brunson. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. You know, Brent, when you talk about home court advantage, the Knicks have one of the best.
New York is so electric. And just, I have memories, Kevin, of walking out on that court and it just feeling different. So the Mecca is back. And when it's loud, it is delicious.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Achua, he's checked in for Mitchell Robinson. And Miles McBride subbed in for Bridges. The Knicks have been successful on 3 of their 4 free throw attempts up to this point.
And just to mention, a season ago, they were very comfortable at the line, hitting about 78% of their free throws.
And the Clippers making a switch here. Harden's checked in.
And for him, that is an ugly trip to the line. Rarely do you see him do that. He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
And you don't ever want to get into the habit of letting the offense get to the rim.
This is his first chance at the line tonight.
And last season, 86% from the line. So he's always had that calm presence at the line no matter the situation.
Outside, Jones. Harden finds Zubats. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. And Zubats has proven that, Brent, there's still a place in the league for old school centers.
Well, I think he plays, Kevin, with a combination of talent around him that allows him to situate himself right where he needs to be. Impactful around the basket, a huge rebounding presence, a guy that brings some physicality, and he's been in a perfect slot to show why it is he's such a valuable NBA player.
Achua, the pass to McBride. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. Clippers have gone a perfect 4 of 4 since the second quarter began. Perfect from the field. Down low, Zubac. Here's Bogdanovich. He has 5. Back to Zubac. That ball. Nice feed that time from Bogdanovich.
Nice job by Zubac using his size, just making his presence felt.
It's good, and the Clipper lead is cut down to just 2 points with the bucket from Anunoby. Clippers have gone a sensational 5 of 5 from the field since the start of the second quarter. The shot and game clock separated by 4, and he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
New York ball. Substitution on the court.
New York's gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Back to Brunson. Up top, Anunoby. With a screen on Hart. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Clipper, thank you, David, for that interview, and we'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. Kawhi Leonard really has his fingerprints all over this one.
Yeah, and through the first 2 quarters, he has been the offense for this team.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Checking out the group for Tyronn Lue to start the second half. We'll see Powell and Leonard play in the forward spots. Simmons is out there with Bogdanovich, and it's Eubanks in at the 5. Bridges deciding where to go with it. Towns sets the pick for Bridges. Drops in the layup for 2.
I'll tell you what, he came out of that locker room raring to go.
And so Simmons will bring it up for the Clippers. The lead is 2. The Knicks shooting 47% from the floor, getting it done. To the paint. Towns, the pass to Brunson. Back to Towns. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there. And Los Angeles guys, shooting has been just fantastic, around 65% tonight, getting exactly what they want, when they want it.
Playing in between right now and changing speeds. Bogdanovich spotting some nice scoring opportunities.
Brunson kicks to Hart. Back to Brunson. A floater. That one, no good. Good D by Bogdanovich. Simmons with it. 7 points in the game. And that's collected by Brunson. Brent, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it amazes both of us that Jalen Brunson fell to the second round, the 33rd pick back in 2018. So with that in mind, how has he overcome the doubters?
Well, the first thing he got was opportunity, Kevin, and that's all you can ask for as a young player. What he was able to do in Dallas opened up the eyes of a lot of people to what he was capable of as a point guard in the league. But trust me, Jalen Brunson has never stopped believing in his ability and confidence to dominate a game the way that we've seen him do that in the past couple of seasons.
And it's Leonard missing. Knicks trail by 6. Brunson with a clean look. Good, and as this goes to town. Brunson's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Oh, what a feed right there. Towns' vision is really off the charts. That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Brunson against Simmons. Hart with a screen on Simmons. Here's Brunson. Second chance shot, and the layup good by Hart. Hart's got his 3rd basket of the night right there.
Second effort there from Hart. No guard better at getting to the boards than Josh.
Latrey. Rebounded by Hart. New York's got fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. The Knicks have made 5 of 8 of their free throw attempts. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. The Knicks making a switch here. Achua's checked in. Big group substitution here for the Clippers. Jones checked in for Leonard. Amir Coffey comes in for Powell. Christie, he's checked in for Bogdanovich. And James Harden has subbed in for Simmons. And he knocks down the first one.
Well, if you're a basketball player, through your entire basketball life, you're going to hear coaches harp on you about free throws. It seems like Brunson has heard those messages loud and clear.
Inside, here's Coffey. It's good. The assist that time from Harden. Harden's got 3 assists in the game. Here's Towns. Draws contact on the shot, and now a three-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
Yeah, an incredible offensive force. Towns showing that strength and touch off. This guy can do it all.
He's made 1 and missed 1 so far in the game.
He struggled mightily at the free throw line in their last game.
Christie the pass to Eubanks. Lets the 3 fly. Knicks with the rebound. Achua's got 4 rebounds in this game. And Hart has it in the corner. And he's good on the 3 ball. And now it's a 3-point Knicks lead.
And we don't see this too often, but Hart getting it going here, catching fire.
Here's Christie. No good from outside. Got the defender off his feet with the pump fake, but couldn't knock it down. To the inside. And Towns throws it down.
And forget those threes. Cat, get the easy ones.
Jones, no one around him. They get the rebound to end the run. Pass to Coffey. Harden against Brunson. They set the pick. Harden the pass to Eubanks. Another miss. Boy, they had their chance there, but couldn't get it to go. New York leading by 5. How about this run, Frank, we're on right now? Wow.
I mean, they're just getting to their spots and executing, really keeping things simple. And this is right around the time when one team might start to pull away.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
Here's Achua. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. Achua's got 7 points in the game.
Terrific movement off of the dead ball situation, and a great play to get the bucket.
And so it's the New York Knicks with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. And here now a chance to show you our assist of the game, and it's presented as always by State Farm.
And he's always been the favorite to bag this honor. These kind of feeds are his bread and butter.
Doesn't happen with every point guard in the league as far as setting your teammates up. Lots more scorers now, but right there creating the scoring opportunity for his teammate.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. They've got Cameron Payne. OG Anunoby is out there with Achua. Then there's Towns, and it's McBride in at the 2 spot. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. Payne can't hit. Clippers trail by 3. Pass to Eubanks. Plays it up off the glass.
If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
Yeah, both of these teams locked in on the offensive end. Going to be a high-scoring affair tonight.
Achua, no good. And the Clippers have possession. Into the lane. Game winding down, and they just keep changing leads.
And guys, no separation yet, and I really don't think we're going to see any all the way down.
Towns down low. Eubanks defending. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
After committing a turnover like that, you're just praying the game doesn't come down to the last possession. You'll remember that one.
Josh Hart, he's checked in for Achua. The Clippers also changing it up. Leonard, he's checked in for Jones. Bogdanovich comes in for Amir Coffey. And Simmons subbed in for Christie.
And this is how Simmons puts up points. He challenges you close at the rim more often than not, having the physical advantage.
Here's the Clippers. They're rolling here with the 9-point run. And the call on the shot sends him to the line. When you think about James Harden, he's had such an effect on the game. Brent, they changed the rules because of him.
Well, it's interesting, Kevin, because you can think about it a couple of ways. There was a system change for James Harden to try the system, and then, as James has said himself, he became the system. So leaning into all of the analytics of basketball, you have to have somebody who can represent all of the things that system would require, and it came in the form of the beard for many years. And that kind of offensive output is something that is going to be, we'll be hard-pressed to see that again, Kevin.
And Simmons kicks to Harden. Leonard sets a screen for Harden. And again, no good by the Clippers.
And really, for some reason, just not a big part of their offense today. Hard to get into a rhythm when you're getting so few opportunities at the rim.
Well, the paint is where Hart does a lot of damage. He'll finish in there at close range.
Harden, no good. New York trailing. Up top, Anunoby. He's covered by Leonard. Anunoby passes to Brunson. To the paint. And Towns the bucket on the assist from Brunson. And it's 13 points for Karl Anthony Towns. Harden against Brunson. Pass to Eubanks. Now Leonard. They set the pick. Back to Eubanks. Nice pass. Right into the rack perfectly for the layup. Eubanks got 9 points here in the second half. And here's Towns. Eubanks defending. Hart, no good. The Clippers have gone 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter. And here we go. Fast break. Towns has got it. And the dunk by Towns.
And this is why he's a go-to option. Towns enjoys getting the chance to come up big for his team.
Leonard with the screen on Hart. Simmons passes to Leonard. Here we go, one-on-one. Here's Towns. Out to Brunson. And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by Harden. Amir Coffey's jacked in for the Clippers.
Number 7, Amir Coffey.
Brunson finds Anunoby. Just 5 to shoot. Takes it inside. And it's out of bounds to New York. They'll retain possession. And stolen by Simmons. And here's the break. And he drew the blocking foul. He'll go to the line for 2. He sinks the clutch free throw.
New York foul. OG Anunoby.
And so making both free throws. That'll give them the lead here.
And you just have to understand that hours and hours of practice mean that clutch free throws become easy.
Brunson outside. To the middle. Here's Towns. Count.
That is world class.
I've seen that there. A huge possession, and he nets it.
And Zeron Lou calls timeout. The magnitude at this juncture in the game clearly warranting a timeout. So I'm looking at the clock, and guys, the situation. What do you think we're going to see next?
And look at how much time they have. I think it's likely we'll see them try to get a good look and score quickly.
And the Clippers making a change here. Zubats is checked in. Leonard with the screen on Anunoby. In the corner, Simmons with it. Here's Coffey. He's guarded by Anunoby. Takes it out to Leonard. 6 to shoot. Here's Harden.
James Harden.
One of the best closers in our game. James Harden coming up big.
Bridges passes to Towns. On deep, Brunson. So it's Los Angeles taking the W in a close one. This win, such a tremendous emotional boost for him.
Really
Much appreciated, David. Thank you for joining us. That'll
say, does that so?
Hello out there, and get ready for... Well, Grant, when you take a look at this matchup, both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, B.A. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
Let's check out Minnesota's starting lineup. Conley and Ann are the 1 and the 2. Julius Randle out there with Jaden McDaniels, and it's Gobert in at the center, locking down the middle. Conley on the attack. McDaniels from long range. Towns with a rebound. McDaniels against Anunoby. Outside Robinson. Towns passes to Bridges. Here's Anunoby. Towns a screen on McDaniels. Kicks it out Towns. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. And now the T-Wolves on the break. And Edwards slams it in.
A defensive stalwart, McDaniels, causing a turnover there. Jaden affects the game on this end of the floor quite nicely.
Now here's Anunoby. Offensive rebound. Towns a screen on Randle. Anunoby passes to Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Big Cat says, take that.
Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Grant.
Yeah, maybe in league history, B.A. He's an elite three-point shooter, most scorer, and his passing is severely underrated.
Now here's Towns on the take. And it's Towns with the power finish.
I think they want Towns to be a little more active like this, using his size and strength to score on the move.
Pass to Randle from downtown, and it's New York with a rebound. Towns with the ball. Randle's in his pocket. Anunoby passes to Bridges. Brunson against Conley. Here's Robinson. Out to Bridges. Robinson, a screen on Edwards. Offensive board. And a big finish by Robinson.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
McDaniels, that's good.
If you want the title of 3-and-D player, you've got to make threes. McDaniels has really worked on that shot.
Brunson passes to Bridges. Robinson, a screen on Edwards. Bridges. Got it. Good job in the low post.
And, you know, coaches will take possessions like that all day long. Phenomenal use of the screen there.
And Allie LaForce spoke with Tom Thibodeau. Allie.
He knows it'll be tough to score in the paint tonight. Gobert locks down the lane as well as anyone. He blocks shots, and then when you count up the numbers of shots he alters, you get a full picture of his dominance at the defensive end. Guys?
And Allie, thank you for that. Clock at 4. And it's out of bounds to Minnesota. Well, Grant, all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years, they have finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players to the coaches to the front office and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons.
Knicks leading by 3. Brunson finds Anunoby. Back to Brunson. Here's the pick. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. Well, I don't think anyone predicted that Jalen Brunson would become the player he is today, Grant.
Yeah, that's for sure, B.A. Or he definitely wouldn't have been a second-round pick. He's a hard worker, a competitor, and an elite offensive player.
Conley with the ball, and it's Robinson picking him up. And Mike Conley picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
And great job to establish position and square up.
Excellent example of toughness and physicality on defense. Got his nose right in the middle of things and made a play.
Now here's Anunoby. No points so far. Here's Brunson outside. Gets the 3 to fall.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from three is a beautiful thing.
Right side McDaniels. Here's Gobert. That shot missing. Good work defensively by Robinson. Here's Towns. Randall with some nice D.
That's their plan, to get him an opportunity to finish in tight. That's a miss they can live with.
Here's Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
Throwing it down. Gobert using all of his height there.
And stolen by Edwards. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Towns. Let's see if they want to go 2 for 1 here, Grant.
Hey, looking at the clock, I'd say yes.
And now the Knicks on the break. Here's Brunson. Here's Robinson. It's rebounded by Minnesota. 24 seconds left now in the first quarter. Here's Edwards. And Anunoby pulls it down.
Trying to show off for the fans and give them their money's worth, just couldn't finish.
And it's out of bounds to the Knicks. New York will retain possession. Brunson passes to Robinson. Now here's Brunson. Robinson, a screen on Conley. And that concludes the first quarter of play. New York out in front. They're up by 5. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
Ever since this game started, they've been attacking on the inside, looking for ways to bust up the defense and get high percentage looks.
You know, points off turnovers is something else they've excelled in. I expect the opponent at least to try to squeeze that orange a little better.
Mitchell Robinson is out there with OG Anunoby. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Towns in at the 3, small forward. That's the group for New York starting the second. Pass to Anunoby. Back to Robinson. Towns outside. No good on the 3.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Now here's Edwards. Off target from 3-point range. Anunoby with it. He's picked up by Conley. Towns passes to Anunoby. Towns finds Anunoby. Another shot. And the play by Towns inside. Towns has got 6.
And, you know, for all his perimeter skills, Towns also bringing that physicality inside.
McDaniels can't hit. New York leading by 7. Clark with Minnesota being a major player in the West now. Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And, yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Edwards can't hit.
He is tenacious. Love to watch him battle on the defensive glass.
Outside Anunoby. Back to Towns. To the inside. Pass to Robinson. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Minnesota.
Boy, I'm absolutely shocked he didn't get that one to go. Usually he's money from deep.
And here's Edwards outside. Yes, great play by Conley to set it up. Edwards has got his 2nd bucket of the night.
Edwards loves those long-range bombs. He's a confident shooter.
And Jaden McDaniels picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Towns, a screen on Randall. Anunoby passes to Towns.
Excellent defense from McDaniels. Jaden's length and activity, really a problem for shooting.
Pass to Randall. Gobert inside. Towns on him. And here's Edwards outside. And another three from Minnesota.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Towns, count it. His fourth bucket in 8 shots.
We know Towns is an excellent perimeter shooter. But I like seeing him assert himself inside, too.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Here's Conley. Here's Gobert. Using the size. Gobert.
Oh, he'll wear you down with the way he grinds it out on the offensive glass.
Brunson passes to Robinson. Anunoby for 3. Counted from distance. Anunoby's got his first 3 points of the game. Clark, we hear coaches often say, trust your teammates. Why is that sometimes a challenge?
Well, you know, when you talk about passing the basketball, there's got to be a level of trust and confidence that where you pass it to is going to produce some fruit. And that it might come back to you if that's the best play. And then defensively, you can't be good defensively without communicating and trusting one another to cover for each other in the defensive scheme that you're playing.
Edwards finds Randall, and it's Randall with the jam.
You know, once he has the positioning he wants, he's ready for the big finish. Julius Randle throwing it down.
Outside Robinson. Back to Anunoby. And again, New York with the triple.
He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Pass to Gobert. That one's good. And it's Conley who picks up the assist. Gobert's got 4 this quarter.
From in close, it's game over when Gobert has the ball.
The kick out to Brunson. Towns outside. Anunoby, a screen on McDaniels. Towns passes to Anunoby. Misses from close range. Timberwolves trail by 3. Inside. Pass to Edwards. To the inside. Oh, ferocious from Gobert.
Assist from
Making sure of it with the two-man slam, BA.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here.
I get the feeling, guys, that he may be sensing that this is a critical time.
Okay, Ali, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. After a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. You have to like what we're seeing from Karl Anthony Towns.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
You know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Kicking off the second half, here's Chris Finch's 5. And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's Conley in at the point guard position. And Mikal Bridges, still one of the better wing defenders in the league, Grant.
Yeah, he's so great at pestering a shooter. Good lateral movement and wingspan makes him hard to get around. He might not be the best in the league, but he is well above average.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Well, the Timberwolves are one of the biggest teams in the association, and Coach Chris Finch said, quote, that's how we're built. It's part of our identity. That's what we have to lean into. We want to be big at the rim and force our size on opponents. Brian, he loves to see other teams hesitant to venture into the paint.
Hearing footsteps, right? Allie, thanks. Shot is good by Edwards.
Edwards just doesn't allow defenders to bottle him up. Great focus and persistence.
And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It goes on Mike Conley.
heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, free throws are always better than a layup, so I'd agree with you there.
Well, Grant, one thing about this Knicks team, they have a clear identity.
Yeah, they have the mentality.
Wow, Rudy! Fancy!
Frenchman doesn't mess around down there. Gobert, what a vicious throwdown.
Kicks it out to Anunoby. There's the three. McDaniels with the rebound. Minnesota leading by 4. Randall finds Edwards. Outside Conley. Randall on the screen. The kick out to Edwards. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. And from what we've seen so far in his career, Anthony Edwards wants to be that guy in crunch time, Clark.
Yeah, I love his mentality. Not only in that he wants to be the guy, but he also wants to elevate his teammates. And he plays the game with an exuberance and a joy and a freshness that is, quite good to see. But I like his attack mentality and his willingness to step into leading his team by example at both ends of the floor.
The Timberwolves have gone 4 of 4 in this third quarter. Perfect so far. For 3, Conley. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Anunoby, a screen on Conley. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. They'll pin that one on Julius Randle.
He'll challenge any defender. Brunson going right after it inside.
And Grant, the success of teams like the Timberwolves showing that size still matters.
Yeah, in this pace and space era, that may have come into question just a bit, but size and skill combined has always been your best bet at winning.
The Timberwolves making a switch here. Reed's checked in. Out to Bridges. Pass to Robinson. Outside Brunson. Ooh, Brunson, the sweet lefty stroke.
Pretty much the second Brunson gets the ball, he's into motion, and that's how it's done.
Reed with it. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Naz Reed. That's his first foul.
Guys, sometimes that just happens, but you don't like to see it when the game is this close.
For New York, they've gotten 2 of 4 shots to go since the break. Brunson passes to Bridges. And the Knicks, another 3.
Oh, productive from back there. Bridges showing the range.
And so it's Conley who brings up the ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. The kick out to Edwards to stop the run. Yes, great play by Conley to set it up. Conley's got his 5th assist in this one.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
1:25 left in the third quarter. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got 4 rebounds now. Anunoby with it. He's picked up by Edwards. Anunoby, a screen on Conley. Brunson passes to Anunoby. Got a piece of it. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Outside Reed. Puts up a 3. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. Towns has got his 5th rebound in this one. And out of bounds, Minnesota will have it. And Minnesota with some changes. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for McDaniels. And it's Dante DiVincenzo in for Conley. Minnesota in the lead. Outside, DiVincenzo. Over Brunson. Nice shot by DiVincenzo.
In the pick and roll, you got a lot of options, but sometimes the best option is to do it yourself. DiVincenzo making the right choice there.
Towns outside. And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. 13 foul.
And it's the Knicks with the ball. Here's Bridges. He's got 5. Here's Robinson. And so he draws the foul. Headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on Naz Reed.
No debate there. He got hammered.
Blatant contact. Straightforward call. Simple.
And he can't make the second free throw either. He missed them both. The Timberwolves lead by 3. Stolen by Bridges.
And they can run out the clock here. No need to rush it.
Yeah, don't give them another possession here.
Brunson, so confident at the rim.
Brunson doesn't fear going in amongst the trees. Remarkable poise there inside.
DiVincenzo finds Reed. Randall with it. For 3, DiVincenzo. Book it. And it's Randall with the assist. DiVincenzo's got 5. Gets it up. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. Timberwolves ahead. Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the 4th quarter. Knicks trail by 4. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then there's Mitchell Robinson. And it's Towns in at the 3. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. Minnesota's got 6 out of 15 threes so far in this game. Back to Alexander Walker. Down low. Here's Reed. And it's New York with a rebound. Anunoby's got 9 rebounds now. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
And Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Bridges. Anunoby, a screen on Edwards. Here's Bridges.
Good defensive footwork there. Randall affecting that shot.
Bridges misses. Edwards for 3. And it's New York with a rebound. Robinson's got 7 rebounds in the game. Here's Brunson. Kicks it out to Anunoby. 6 to shoot. Screen by Robinson. Anunoby passes to Robinson. Back to Anunoby. Outside Brunson. Pass to Robinson. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Knocks it down from distance.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, it's been a defensive battle to say the least, Martin. Good to see. At least somebody got the ball in the basket. Finally.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
I mean, they've played some beautiful basketball all game. The passing has been impressive, and it's opened up things with their ball movement.
And they've also been ferocious inside, really taking advantage in the painted area and making good on those chances.
Gobert's checked in for Minnesota. McDaniels comes in for Alexander Walker.
Yeah, the quickness from Bridges there, looking like a guard.
Outside Edwards. Here's Randall. Basket counts. And the Timberwolves lead by 2.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
Bridges finds Anunoby. Screen by Robinson. Left side, Anunoby. Out to Bridges. They set the pick. Back to Anunoby. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Minnesota with a rebound. Up top, Randall. Oh, nice D from Anunoby. New York has gone 7 of 15 from distance in this game. Pass to Robinson. Outside Anunoby. McDaniels against Towns. Over McDaniels. Again, the Knicks. Good for 2 more.
Big bucket for him there. Towns happy to put the team on his broad back when he's needed most.
Randall, a screen on Brunson. For 3, DiVincenzo. Back to Daniels. Edwards looking for an opening. Gobert. Rudy Gobert finishes strong inside.
Gobert calling for the ball in moments like these. Big-time games under his belt.
Here's Brunson. It's blocked by Gobert. And he gets it back. Offensive rebound. Here's Anunoby. The kick out to Brunson. And another shot. And they're running. Here's McDaniels. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting. And with this game coming down to the wire, they're quick to use their coach's challenge. Asking for a review. This could be a big call.
Two shots. The play is under video review under NBA rules.
The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
They give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Brunson passes to Bridges. The kick out to Brunson. 52 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
So good at finding these swats. Gobert loves reaching out and sending them away.
Randall finds McDaniels. Here's Gobert. And stolen by Brunson. Now Anunoby. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Bridges misses. And Minnesota has possession. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. Pass to McDaniels. Outside, DiVincenzo. Just 5 on the clock. The ball's knocked loose. And stolen by Brunson. On the run out, Brunson finishes at the rim. And Chris Finch calls timeout here. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. Here's Randall. Oh, he got it! He got it!
I tell you what a well-designed play, executed beautifully, too.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. Great time to call his guys into the huddle at a very tense moment in this game. What do you think Coach will be drawing up here?
And this comes down to whether they want to go for a 3 to win or send it to overtime with a 2. Either way, it's got to happen off this inbound pass.
And here's Brunson from the arc. Oh, that shot had a chance, but the all-or-nothing shot attempt is off the mark. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that about wraps it up for Clark Kellogg.
And the players getting themselves into game mode with the tip-off just moments away. It's time for the NBA. RJ, this could be... battle won in the trenches. Each team with a formidable front court.
Yeah, both these teams are loaded with a lot of skill down low. Kind of old school. Should be a physical contest.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. We've got Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid out there with Yabusele. Then it's Paul George, and it's Drummond in at the 5. Now here is George. OG Anunoby unable to get his last shot to go. Embiid the screen. And a miss there on the triple. And so Anunoby will bring it up for the New York Knicks. Outside, Towns. Anunoby with it. George picks him up, and the dunk by Towns.
And how about the agility of Towns? Cutting with purpose there after setting the screen. Great display of his basketball IQ.
And Embiid throws it down.
Second chance points always hurt. Just not enough effort to block out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
Now here's Brunson. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. And Nick Nurse, Greg, the 26th head coach in 76ers franchise history.
And Kevin, known for his creativity and that outside-the-box thinking, I think it's a good fit with this forward-thinking front office.
We play just over a minute here in the first. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, Tom Thibodeau had a few minutes to share. Coach said he knows the obstacles of playing against Paul George. He told me, we know he's going to have his fingerprints all over this game on offense and defense. Our goal will be to minimize how often we let him disrupt our game plan. We'll see how long they can keep George out of the picture. Kevin?
Thanks so much, David. Robinson kicks to Brunson. Robinson a screen on Maxey. And Brunson, here we go. And the layup's good off the glass.
And I like seeing Brunson drive inside. Good at just keeping the pressure on the defense.
Pass to Drummond. Embiid against Anunoby. They get it again. Second shot opportunity. And Embiid lays it in.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
At the top of the key, Maxey. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Embiid with the bucket.
So much strength from Embiid. It would take a special defender to slow him down.
Bridges kicks to Anunoby. Brunson against Maxey. Towns wide open. The shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Towns has got 5 now.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Knicks lead 9-6.
Brunson against Maxey.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Outside, George. Drops in the tray.
Paul George. That last three must have bothered George a little bit. He goes to the arc with a purpose and fires off his answer. Ooh, just powered it down with both hands. You know, he's not going to mess that one up.
Oh, no, not this fella. He is a superb finisher.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team. Shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time.
Defense looks helpless against Embiid on that slam. He's just too physical.
Robinson sets a screen for Anunoby. And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Here's Maxey. Sweet little floater.
What an adjustment by Maxey. That will be available.
There's a minute left in the first quarter. Anunoby in the corner. Robinson down low. Defended by Drummond. And there's the call on Karl Anthony Towns. That's his first foul.
First personal foul.
Philadelphia has gone 1 of 5 from downtown in the first quarter. Points out there have been hard to come by. Maxey, no good.
And he's very confident from that range, but you can't make him out.
Anunoby passes to Brunson. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. The 76ers have gone 6 of 13 from the field, just under the 50% mark.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Paul George at the line.
And both free throws good for Paul George. And stolen by Drummond. Outside, Maxey. Embiid with a screen on Brunson. Pass to Embiid. Down low, stolen by Robinson. It's 2-on-1. Bridges, no one around him. Drops in the tray off the fast break. Bridges has got his second bucket of the night.
And the defense to start that play was terrific. I love the fact that they attacked early in the shot.
And a high-scoring first quarter. Both teams really filling it up. Knicks lead by 1. Let's take a quick break now, and then it's on to the second quarter after this. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And also, guys, they're out-muscling their opponent. The points in the paint are piling up because of that aggressiveness.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, Joel Embiid out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Yabusele in its small forward.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
Maxey looking it over. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's George. Lets it go from the baseline and nails it. George has got 7 points.
And definitely a shot George willing to take. His stroke makes it easy work for him.
Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. The kick out to Towns. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
That's a guy you want taking shots, a quality offensive player.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, GA?
Kevin, thanks. At this point in his career, Paul George says he's in bully mode. He said, every night I'm on the floor, I'm there to dominate. Whether it's being more physical or going right at whoever I got to go at, you're going to feel me. I'm having that approach every time. I'm there to destroy you. Kevin?
I love it, though, DA. Got to admit it. Awful powerful. Thank you. The Knicks have gone 2 of 3 from the field here to open the second quarter. Here's Brunson. Good. Brunson, no fear down low. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the D-cell the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin, and you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man, and I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Robinson kicks to Brunson. There's a good screen. Muscling it in, Brunson.
Playing bigger than he looks. Brunson has a lot of heart.
24-19.
Outside Maxey shoots. The 76ers again can't hit it.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Pass to Yabusele. Kicks it out to Maxey. Here's George. Ball's knocked loose. Johnson with it. Maxey covering. Hands down low. Here's Bridges. Rebound Andre Drummond. The 76ers trail by 5. Maxey passes to Embiid. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Robinson, that's good.
The defense got crossed up, and Bridges takes advantage with that pass.
Bridges, one thing you don't see Mikal Bridges do is miss games. He is always out there.
I think it would take a lot to make him sit out of a game. He is committed to being there for his team. It's so impressive.
The kick out to Anunoby. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. Anunoby's got the lead back up to 7 now for the Knicks. Here's Yabusele. And that one's good, George. George has got 7 points here in this quarter.
And moving George around the floor keeps the defense guessing.
Inside. He goes up again, and that's 2 points on the layup.
He's got a knack for those putbacks, so you have to be aware of that defensively. Get a body on him.
Bridges outside. Pass to Brunson. 36 seconds left in the first half of the game. And here we go with the coach's challenge. A surprise in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
At the line, 2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules. 2 minutes are allowed to review the play.
Personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. With double checking, and the game continues on.
And both free throws good for Brunson. The 76ers trail by 5. And Paul George again. George has got 11 points in the quarter.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Bridges with it. He's picked up by Drummond. Brunson against Maxey. And he gets the bucket. Brunson's got 12 in the game.
And defensively, if you are not on point, Brunson more than capable of finishing inside.
Here's Drummond. They shoot again, and he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Jalen Brunson has been on display for the New York Knicks. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. We come back right after this. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You look at Paul George in this game, guys, he's been everywhere.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
Robinson is out there with Anunoby. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the point. So that's who Tom Thibodeau starts the second half with. Embiid against Anunoby. Sinks that one from the post. Anunoby's got the lead up to 7 now for the Knicks.
And creating a little separation here, gaining some confidence.
Yeah, they've locked in during this stretch. If they keep it up, their lead will only continue to grow.
Anunoby outside. Brunson outside. Back to Anunoby. Brunson against Maxey. Brunson kicks to Bridges. With the shot. And it's Brunson missing. The 76ers trail by 5.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just...
With authority!
That is a monster finish.
Maxey.
And look at Drummond, capable of rising up and dropping an absolute hammer.
The kick out to Anunoby. Robinson sets a screen for Anunoby. Back to Brunson. And here we go. George heading to the hoop. Here's Embiid. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, Embiid just terrorizes defenses on the inside. Good luck guarding the big fella.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
This season, 88% on the line, so he has been in a comfort zone.
Stolen by George. And here's the fast break. Maxey leading the way. Here's Drummond for the lead. It's rebounded by New York. Outside, Towns. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Towns has got 11 points.
So skilled working inside. Towns knows how to operate down low.
Drummond is doubled. Here's Yabusele. The 76ers with another miss. New York's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Maxey. Out to Brunson. Here's Towns. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Drummond's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. And now we're 3 minutes into the third quarter of play. Embiid, count that one as his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
Hammering the offensive glass, Embiid putting that big size to use.
Maxey against Brunson. Towns up top, takes a 3. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got 8 rebounds in this game. Here's Yabusele. Pass to Embiid. To the middle. Here's Drummond. That's in, coming off the assist from Embiid. Drummond's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Aggressive defense. The battle with Drummond inside is a collision waiting to happen.
Bridges finds Robinson. Anunoby outside. Robinson a screen on Embiid. 5 to shoot. Anunoby passes to Brunson. Jacks up a 3. Rebound Andre Drummond. Drummond's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Great pass to set up the lay-in.
Assisted by.
And now a 4-point Philadelphia lead.
You can tell how comfortable Drummond is down there. Excels at using that size in close to the basket.
Robinson sets a screen for Anunoby. And again, it's the Knicks missing. Here's Philadelphia. They've got a 13-2 run going. Count that bucket. George has got the lead up to 6 now for Philadelphia.
And it's really hard to knock George off his balance. He's just so long and strong. Nice take there.
Anunoby with the screen for Bridges. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. That one on Embiid. New York shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
And team free throw numbers really about as good as you could ask for. Around 80% on the season.
I consider Mikal Bridges a high motor player. He's always ready to turn up his energy if he thinks it will help him get the better of you.
Maxey kicks to Embiid. Can't hit that one. Right there, the defender clearly trying to inhibit a fast break. I think that's a transition take foul. New York shooting their 7th free throw attempt here. There's 10 seconds left here in the third quarter. The kick out to Towns. Pass to Bridges. Brunson with a clean look. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. We're at the end of the third, and we've still got a close one. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. Knicks trail by 3, and so in the game for the 76ers, Embiid is out there with Yabusele. Then there's Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's George in at the 2 guard. Brunson the pass to Robinson. Just 5 to shoot. New York needs to get off a shot. From deep, Brunson with another miss.
Poor execution. That was not how they drew up that possession. Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yeah, when you hustle on the break like he does, good things tend to happen.
And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Pass to Drummond. Rejected by Robinson. And that's on a bounce. Philadelphia will retain possession. George with the ball. Embiid wide open. The shot's good on the assist by George. And the 76ers lead by 8.
That's just not fair. 7-footers like Embiid with that size, they aren't supposed to shoot like that.
The 76ers have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. And it's good, 2 points.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Robinson a screen on George. Count it.
A capable shooter from all 3 levels. And Bridges with the smooth release.
And he goes out of bounds. Last touch by Anunoby.
Out of bounds. Sixers ball.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth quarter. And Drummond throws it down. Great game for him. Double-double down. 10 points and 12 rebounds. Here's Robinson. Rebound Andre Drummond. Drummond's got 13 rebounds in the game. Class eating. Anunoby sends it back. Brunson outside. And stolen by Maxey. And now Philadelphia on the break. And here's George for 3. Tries again. Here's Embiid. And the dunk by Embiid.
The team just loves to see Embiid fired up on offense like this. They really rely on his scoring ability.
Brunson outside. There's Brunson from deep.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
The 76ers leading by 9. George with no one around. They get it back. 3-pointer by Embiid. The shot's good on the assist by George. George has got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Here's Anunoby. Rebound by Joel Embiid.
Look, I'll give him an A for effort for trying to dunk through the defense, but maybe he should ease up on that one just a little bit.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
Nimble inside play by Bridges, working his way to a close-range shot.
On the wing, George. Brunson covering. George, no good.
And he has definitely been struggling in this quarter.
Yeah, he needs to mix things up on the offense. He simply just can't keep missing shots at this rate because he's destroying his teammates.
Yeah, nice, silky finish on the alley-oop from the stupendous feed.
That sequence couldn't have been executed any better. It's Robinson high post. Anunoby has the open look. The long distance three is buried.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
Good on the triple.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Bridges inside. Working on Drummond. Anunoby, good.
And there's no doubt about this one. Playing with a lot of confidence tonight. It's a statement victory for Philadelphia.
Their superior ball handling won it for him.
And fewer turnovers equals greater scoring opportunities. Any coach will tell you that. If you take care of the ball every possession, and this is a perfect example of what happens when you do.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Joel Embiid.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple on this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking him down.
66.
Embiid, the pass to Drummond. Basket made. That gives him 7 field goals and 13 tries.
Joel Embiid.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game, saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
To the left side wing. "19 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Fades back, and the 76ers tack on 2 more. Pass to Brunson.
76ers lead. 70-56.
So it's Philadelphia winning this one easily. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time, GA, this one wound down.
And that's what you want to.
Thank you for that, David. And that about wraps it up. And so for Richard Jefferson, Greg Anthony, and our reporter David Aldridge,
A look from before as the Clippers made their way to the locker room. Happy Monday, and thanks. All right, Doris, how about teams like these who can really run their offense through their bigs?
BA, over the years, one of the things I've heard from coaches quite often is how effective a three-tool big man can be. When you can drive it, pass it, shoot it, score it, do all the things they can, it changes the geometry of the floor.
Now, New York starting five. They've got Jalen Brunson. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then it's Mikal Bridges, and it's Anunoby in at the three. Pass to Anunoby. Robinson, a screen on Simmons. Brunson passes to Robinson. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist.
Well, exactly where you want Robinson taking advantage offensively. Use the length and size to score inside.
Of course, it's hard to believe the Knicks title drought has gone on for over 50 years now.
Oh, that fan base is just dying for an opportunity to win the championship. And here's the thing, BA, what I love about that fan base, through all the years where the Knicks struggled, on any given night, that building is as electric as any in the league.
Now here's Towns. And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up. It's going to go on Ben Simmons.
Well, we know this. Karl Anthony Towns was a go-to option from the very first moment he stepped in the lines of an NBA court. The versatility is so difficult to match up against. Boy, a really soft touch on display. It is a luxury to have a big man hit from the line at a consistent rate.
Second team foul.
Just about a minute into this first quarter. Out to Leonard, beyond the arc.
Well, really good effort on defense from Jalen Brunson, really making it hard on his man to try to score.
And now we'll go to Allie LaForce, who had a chance to talk with Tyronn Lue.
And it's no surprise that Jalen Brunson is at the top of the scouting report. The coach told me Jason is a three-level scorer and a master of the pick and roll. And no matter what you do, you can't speed him up. He's going to read the defense, play at his pace, and try to pick you apart. It's always a chess match against Brunson, guys.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Outside Brunson. Kicks it out Towns. Pass to Robinson. Outside Anunoby. 5 on the clock. Out to Bridges. From deep. Towns outside. Anunoby, a screen on Simmons. Towns passes to Anunoby. No luck on that one. Good D by Bogdanovich. The Clippers have gone 1 for 3 so far. Doris, OG Anunoby helped the Raptors so much on their title run in 2019.
Yeah, the hard part is he was never able to suit up for the NBA Finals. To get through the season and then have an injury at that point, heartbreaking for a player. But consider, he's the first UK-born player to win an NBA title, and that cannot be taken away.
Now here's Towns. And it's Harden who pulls down the rebound.
Boy, this guy is a good finisher, so he misses a chippy. That's tough to take.
Using his size to full advantage. He beats everyone to the ball.
It's Simmons with a drive. It's good. Off the assist from Harden.
Ben Simmons refuses to take no for an answer. How about the aggressive drive?
Brunson passes to Robinson. Kicks it out Towns.
2 minutes remaining in this first.
Anunoby, a screen on Leonard. Towns with the ball. Harden picks him up. It's stolen by Bogdanovich. To the paint. And then Harden with the jam.
Oh my, James Harden with a statement right there.
And Brunson, here we go. Towns passes to Brunson. To stop the drought. It's rebounded by Zubac. The Clippers have gone 3 of 6 from the floor. Shot by Leonard, no good.
Never easy to stop this guy at the rim, but that is a beautiful contest right there.
Towns, a screen on Simmons. Brunson passes to Towns. Over Simmons. New York, again, can't hit. Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Leonard for 3. And so far in this one, 2 for 4.
Well, speed, intelligence, touch. Kawhi Leonard has it all.
Brunson against Simmons. Here's Towns. It's rebounded by Zubac. Zubac has got his 4th rebound in this one. Outside Simmons. Pass to Harden. Zubac screen from 18 feet away. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops.
We know this about James Harden. If you want to force him to that in-between game, he is more than happy and content to take mid-range jumpers.
Now here's Bridges. Still no points. Here's Robinson. The Clippers grab the miss. Zubac has got 5 rebounds in the game. And it's Harden, that time on the assist by Simmons. Simmons has got 3 assists in the game. Brunson passes to Anunoby. Here's Robinson. Bridges, left side. Shoots over Harden. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in.
This guy can do so much for you on the offensive end, and that is why his number gets called time and time again.
And we've reached the end of the first quarter. It's Los Angeles. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Clippers.
You figured they might want to come out and run, and it's been the key for them early. They're just feasting on fast break chances.
Yeah, they've also been alert and active on the defensive end, creating turnovers and turning those into points on the offensive end.
So on the floor for the Knicks, we've got Mikal Bridges. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with OG Anunoby. Then there's Jalen Brunson, and it's Robinson in at the 5. And it's slammed in by Zubac.
Yeah, if you allow Zubac positioning near the cup, look out. This is what you can expect.
So interesting, Grant. Younger fans may not realize the Clippers had a lot of rough seasons early on.
Well, you know, B.A., that's one way to put it. You know, in their first 27 years in L.A., they only made the playoffs 4 times. But things have definitely changed. Owners have changed. And now they're postseason regulars in the league.
To now Towns. Outside Robinson. And here's Brunson from the arc. 4-3. Brunson nails it.
That's business right there. Jalen Brunson, the catch, shoot, and on to the next play.
Simmons with it, and it's Robinson picking him up. And Doris, some use the term stocks to add up steals and blocks. Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama's stocks are through the roof.
Well, in fact, since the turn of the century, only 5 rookies ever have averaged over 3, quote, stocks per game. Victor and Chet are both on that list. And listen, if you're a passionate NBA fan, you are so excited about these 2 young men. The size and the skill and the eye-popping things they're doing on a nightly basis. NBA is in good hands.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Jalen Brunson's craft sets him apart. He said, quote, I've always played with my instincts and tried to see the game a couple plays ahead. As I've gotten older, that part of my game has gotten wiser and better, but I'm still learning. Ryan, that's a scary thought for the rest of the league.
He's already plenty dangerous, Allie. To the middle. Here's Eubanks. Good work defensively by Robinson. Knicks trail by 5. Here's Anunoby. And a 2-handed jam.
The vertical of OG Anunoby. Go ahead, sir. Finish with authority.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
They're just too slow to react. You can't afford to sleepwalk through possessions. What's going on out there?
Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
Assisted by
Mr. Towns can hurt you from anywhere, and that includes putting it on your head.
And Doris, you talk about the bounciest big men in the association. Mitchell Robinson's on the short list.
Come on now, this guy is a game changer as a lob threat and rim protector. He's thrown up so much in terms of avoiding foul trouble, and he's putting in the work on the offensive end. Mitchell Robinson is a big-time player.
Bogdanovich has checked in for Los Angeles. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Oh, got a piece of it. Here's Eubanks. It's not going to go for him. Oh, Robinson with a block.
Well, this is the special aspect of Mitchell Robinson, that rim protection, that ability to send it back. Look out.
Here's Leonard. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to go on Mitchell Robinson. Obviously, everyone knows about the defense of Kawhi Leonard, but Grant, his shooting is overlooked.
Yeah, you know, he's at about 40% from three for his career. You combine that with his wing defense, you get a one-of-one player capable of carrying a team.
Robinson with the block. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Robinson. Ivica Zubac checked in for Los Angeles. Harden comes in for Simmons.
Ivica Zubac. James Harden.
Brunson against Harden. Zubac, a screen. Harden drives in. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Harden's got 8.
Now, James Harden, with the ability that he has both from a smarts, IQ, and skill standpoint, nice drive right there.
Pass to Robinson. Outside Brunson. 6 on the shot clock. It's deflected.
How about Zubac? Works so hard on the...
And coach doesn't like the call at all. He's opting to use his challenge. He wants the officials to look at the replay.
The play is under video review under NBA rules. The officials will have
personal foul call still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Powell, he's checked in for coffee. Free throw good, Robinson. Doris, not long ago, the Clippers were not associated with star power.
It's very true, B.A., but they are now. And it's not just the talent that they have, it's the experience that their guys bring to the court. They now have a core of big-time players who've been through virtually everything in the league.
Just disrespectful. If the D gives him a clear path to the hoop, he will take it.
Let's just say they were a little slow to react there.
Yeah, and despite his restrictions offensively, you still have to close off the lane or he'll burn you.
Powell with a steal. In transition, here come the Clippers. And Powell with the stuff.
You can see how dangerous Norman Powell can be. Explosive ability to get out and transition off the steal.
And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. 9-point game. Anunoby finds Brunson. Back to Anunoby. Towns a screen on Powell. Here's Anunoby. Got a piece of it. In transition, here they come. Leonard spikes it down.
Kawhi Leonard decides to flash that explosive athleticism. This guy works so hard on both his body and his craft.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. Zubac with a screen on Bridges. Left side, Bogdanovic. Oh, did he get it off in time? He did! How about that?
Are you serious? That was incredible.
What a way to seize momentum. Can it carry over into the next quarter?
Thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game. Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Without question, Kawhi Leonard displaying his skills today.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
Powell and Kawhi in at the forward spots. James Harden out there with Ben Simmons. And it's Zubats in at the center position. That's the group starting the second half for Ty Lue. Knicks trail by 11. Well, when Mikal Bridges was drafted in 2018, his hometown team, the Philadelphia 76ers, elected to trade him after selecting him.
And B.A., he made no secret of the fact that that was a heartbreaking moment at the time. Consider that his mom actually worked in the Sixers front office in those days. But in the end, he has carved out one heck of a career.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, guys, a lot of new developments for the Clippers this season, and obviously they have the new arena, new designs for their logo, jerseys, and court. Not only that, their G League team moving into a brand new arena in Oceanside, renewing the San Diego Clippers moniker. Ryan, a lot to be excited about for this Clips team.
No question. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you. 2 on the clock. And they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds. The Clippers lead by 9. Outside Harden. Pass to Leonard. Powell, a screen on Towns. Out to Powell. Launches a 3. Goes up at the elbow. Leonard with the ball. Here's the 3. Now Harden. Powell for 3. It's good. Off the assist from Harden. Harden's got his 4th assist with that last one. Knicks trail by 12. Harden with it, and it's Robinson picking him up. Harden, the pass to Powell. And Los Angeles, another 3.
Norman Powell with the rise and fire from three-point territory. Pretty delivery.
And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. The hard work that Brunson has put in over the years, it really shows in his game, Doris.
I'll tell you this about Jalen Brunson. As his coach likes to say, he may not pass the eye test, but he passes the win test. Unbelievable footwork, fundamentals, and a clutch gene. Love Jalen Brunson's game.
Mills, he's checked in for the Clippers. For New York, they've gotten only 1 of 4 shots to fall in the second half. Brunson on the drive. Doris, how about the evolution of Jalen Brunson's career from role player to star player?
Yeah, B.A., he begins his career as a backup point guard to the great Luka Doncic. But when given an opportunity to thrive without Luka in the playoffs, he did just that. Then he gets his own team and takes his game to an MVP level. Incredible evolution.
Jones, he's checked in for Los Angeles. Bogdanovic comes in for Simmons. Knicks trail by 12. For 3, Bridges. Can't get it to drop.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Bogdanovic against Bridges. A shot from the high post. Bogdanovic, no good.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
2 minutes remaining.
Brunson passes to Robinson.
2 minutes.
It's rebounded by Zubats. Zubats has got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Here's Jones from 13 feet. Down it goes. Jones has got his first points of the game.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Bogdanovic against Bridges. Pass to Mills. Over Brunson. Mills, no good. Towns with the ball. Outside Robinson. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits. Robinson's got 7 points in the game. And timeout called by Ty Lue. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. And the Clippers Clippers will go for a different look here. Eubanks, he's checked in for Zubats. Kawhi Leonard comes in for Powell. James Harden, he's checked in for Bogdanovich. And Simmons is subbed in for Mills. And that one's good. Simmons, he has 6.
My goodness, defense was there, but Ben Simmons makes that finish look easy.
Kicks it out, Towns. Back to Robinson. The baseline, Jay. Again, the Knicks. Good for 2 more.
Such confidence as a passer. He hits guys in stride and makes it look easy.
Brunson against Simmons. And that one drops for him. Simmons has gotten 4 this quarter.
Boy, Ben Simmons, because of his size, inside, he is a dangerous force.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
Back to Jones. Right side, Simmons. Up again. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so it's Los Angeles with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. Up here. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
So we have some elite passing big men in the NBA, and you love that skill. Wow.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. So on the floor for New York, we've got Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Mikal Bridges, and it's Brunson in at the 1. Outside Anunoby. Robinson, a screen on Leonard. Anunoby with it, and it's Leonard picking him up. Brunson against Harden. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. That's tipped, and they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Clippers ball.
The Clippers lead by 9. Simmons looking around. Over Brunson. Another miss by Simmons. New York has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Outside Robinson. Simmons against Brunson. Sneak it inside. It's Brunson.
Yeah, don't be fooled by the height, guys. Brunson is a terrific finisher inside.
Simmons against Towns. Jones' shot is good.
Have to show more effort defensively. Everyone knows he can do that from deep.
Well, to me, that's just inexcusable. You start to wonder how much they really want this basketball game.
Towns for 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Well, you love their unselfish play. Keeping that ball moving, good shot to great. That's winning basketball.
They've also been scoring on the break with how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
The Clippers making a switch here. Bogdanovich is checked in. Bridges passes to Robinson. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Simmons has got his 6th rebound on the night. Jones with a screen on Bridges. Outside Simmons. Shot clock at 6. Eubanks. Jones from outside. Karl Anthony Towns comes up with a rebound. Towns has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Out to the wing. Out to Bridges. From deep three-point land. That one's good. And it's Towns with the assist.
How about the range from Mikal Bridges? Not intimidated by the extra distance.
Brunson against Simmons. Looking to get it going. All alone. That one a tad offline, but it drops in for him. Eubanks, he's got his first basket.
Kick to the outside, heads up play, cognizant of the entire floor.
Towns can't get it to go. They've got time on their side here, Grant.
And if they're smart, they'll milk the clock a little.
Pass to Simmons. Now Bogdanovich. Simmons with it. That one falls.
That's exactly what you work for, a high percentage look.
And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for New York. Trailing by 10. Here's Robinson. Missed inside. The Clippers have gone 3 of 5 since this fourth quarter started. Jones, the pass to Bogdanovich. Pure from three-point range. And the Clippers lead by 13.
And this is why Bogdanovich is a vital cog in this offense. It's his ability to stretch the floor like that.
Brunson passes to Robinson. And no good. The dry spell continues. Los Angeles has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc here in the fourth.
And they had an advantage tonight. Came out sharp and did what was needed. Nice win here for the Clippers.
They made a point to get some good looks.
Yes, they were able to pound the ball inside. I love it.
And no question this was a team effort, but you have to love how big a night this was for Ben Simmons.
What a selfless effort tonight. He's done such a great job finding guys in their appropriate spots.
Almost converts despite the contact.
Well, Doris, whenever Derrick Jones Jr. is out there, we're all expecting a highlight from him.
Oh, there's no question. The dunk champion back in 2020, this guy is only 6'6", but his hops, some of the epic throwdowns he has, oh my goodness.
Anunoby can't get it to go. And it's the Clippers' ball. They've gone on an 8-0 run. Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Outside for Harden. There's Bogdanovich with the three. It's good. Off the assist from Harden.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight, giving them the energy they needed.
What an impressive performance, to say the least. At this point, it looks insurmountable.
So it's the Clippers winning this one easily. All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. For Doris Burke, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill.
matchup tonight is down inside in the paint.
Oh, yeah, Kevin. Expect this one to be really physical. If either team backs down, they can just get run over tonight, but I don't expect that to happen. It's going to be a slugfest.
We love those kind of games. They're a lot of fun.
You aren't kidding.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. We've got Bridges. Towns is out there with Anunoby. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the 5.
Not enough defense there. Allowing Randall to get that close is a recipe for disaster.
A little artistry in the painted area, converting against the size.
Yeah, he didn't let the defense affect him there. He just kept his focus.
And it's good for 2.
And this is where you want Gobert to have the ball.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
I had a chance to catch up with Chris Finch. Now, I spoke to him about the plan for Karl-Anthony Towns now. Coach said, we know Cat has size and power, so we're hoping we can match him there. We don't want to make ourselves soft targets for him. You can expect it to be intense and physical down on the block. Guys?
Thank you, David. Now, here's Brunson. Rudy Gobert missing his last shot. Anunoby, a screen on Gobert. Robinson finds Anunoby. 6 on the shot clock. And Towns gets it to go. Towns has got his second basket of the night.
And we just saw Cat at his best, pounding the paint, finishing near the rim.
Gobert with a screen for Randall. Over in the corner, McDaniels. Nailed from three-point land.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And standing 6'9", Jaden McDaniels, possessing tremendous length for a perimeter defender.
Yeah, Kevin, and he can really move his feet, too. Jaden McDaniels is clearly one of the best and most versatile perimeter defenders in the league.
Here is Edwards after Mikal Bridges' bucket. Edwards, no good. Brunson against Conley. Brunson kicks to Towns. And Towns throws it down.
And forget those threes. Cat, get the easy ones.
Pass to Randall. To the inside. Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
He just powered that one down.
One of the game's top dunkers. Anunoby in the corner. Outside, Towns. And it's Jaden McDaniels with the foul. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And in this first quarter, about 3 minutes played. Towns a screen on Edwards. To the paint.
2 minutes remaining.
Clock at 6.
2 minutes.
Robinson finds Towns. New York needs to get off a shot. Bridges for 3.
And having Gobert gives them such a daunting presence on D. He can affect every shot in his area.
Randall no good. For New York, they've gone 5 of 7 today so far. Nice shooting to get this game underway. Robinson a screen on McDaniel. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. That's on Jaden McDaniel.
And nice intensity from Towns in the paint. Doesn't back off and takes that shot while being fouled.
And Towns drops them both.
Well, you have to appreciate a big man who can step up to the line and knock it down with confidence.
Last year, Coach, as you know, the Timberwolves making it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, that equaled their deepest run in team history, dropping that series to the Mavs. Minnesota has never been to the finals, one of 5 franchises who've yet to get there.
Here's Brunson following the 3 by Minnesota. Back to Towns. Some nice passing by New York here. Teardrop shot. That one doesn't drop. Gobert with the defensive effort. It's Edwards on the wing. Defended by Bridges. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Anunoby. Brunson the pass to Towns. At the elbow, it's Robinson. Back to Towns. Out to Brunson. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Robinson passes to Brunson. Just 2 to shoot. Back to Robinson. And 3 chances on that possession, but they just couldn't find a way to score. Randall outside. No luck that time on the shot that would have put them on top. Tie game in Minnesota. And we'll be back in just a moment with the start. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And guys, what's your take so far on the Timberwolves?
Throughout the first quarter, they did a great job of just running the offense.
Yeah, and I love to see this kind of communication between teammates. Great player movement, great ball movement.
Here are the 5 New York has to start here in the second. Jalen Brunson out there with Bridges. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Robinson. And it's Towns in at power forward. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Anthony Edwards is figuring things out. He said there's levels. My first few years, I looked for my shot and nothing else. I've learned that I can't win without my teammates and that I have to throw them the ball too. It's a team game. I know that now. Kevin, I know it too, so I'm throwing it back to you.
And you're the best teammate we could have. Thank you, David. You know, Coach, what more can you ask? The reigning 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert.
Well, Kevin, since you asked, his impact in the playoffs hasn't always been the same as during the regular season. That's got to be the next step.
Conley with the 3. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Conley's got his first 3 points of the game. The kick out to Towns. Towns, a screen on Conley. In the corner, it's Robinson. Brunson outside. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And it's Robinson with the jam.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam, using some muscle.
Some urgency from him there, sure. It's Edwards on the wing. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
This league, Stan, is so deep with talent. Are there any players who you think get overlooked in the conversation?
That's a great question, Kevin. I mean, there are some guys who I think get underrated because they play with other guys who are so talented and draw the attention. One guy that I have really seen lately that I think has been better than people think is Grayson Allen, the best three-point shooter or one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA and a very underrated defender.
And he's evolving, isn't he? Looks like he's working on other parts of his game, but he's always been able to shoot, which has been his calling card.
And he's a much more athletic guy than people give him credit for.
Here's Towns, and 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact.
And you gotta like Towns being assertive there. When he plays like this, it really makes the defenders uncomfortable.
And Towns drops them both. Timberwolves leading by 4, and stolen by Anunoby. Edwards against Bridges. Towns wide open. And again, it's the Knicks missing. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 4 from the floor here in the second quarter.
Look, that's just great work on the boards. Effort dictates success on the glass more than size.
Out to Brunson. Anunoby has the open look. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Outside Conley. Pass to McDaniels. Minnesota again turning it over. New York's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Anunoby against McDaniel. Robinson a screen on Conley. Here's Brunson. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. To the wing right side. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That is his first foul of the game.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
There's 1:17 left to play here in the half.
Well, that's what you want to do, but he didn't have the angle to get the pass in there.
And out of bounds as the Timberwolves gain possession. Minnesota in the lead. Conley dishes to Edwards. Back to Conley. Randall outside. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Brunson.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
5 on the clock. Towns sets the pick for Anunoby. And McDaniels with the block. And they force the shot clock violation. Great team. The Timberwolves have gone 50% from the floor in the second quarter, 3 of 6. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Gobert in the corner. Pass to McDaniels. Down it goes for his third basket in as many tries.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
At the elbow, it's Robinson. The kick out to Towns. Robinson sets a screen for Towns. And that one released in time, but no good. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. The Timberwolves on top, leading by 3. We've got more hoops coming your way in just a moment. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. You look at Towns, he's really been playing well.
In those first 2 quarters, he was pretty much an automatic bucket getter if he got it down low on the block.
Reminds me of the good old days. Feed it to the big and let him work.
Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Randall out there with Gobert, and it's Conley in at the point. That's Chris Finch's 5 as we get into the second half. And there's a whistle. It goes on Mikal Bridges. That's his first foul.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Dante DiVincenzo. He's checked in for Minnesota. Timberwolves leading by 5. To the wing on the left. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's foul number 2 for him. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for McDaniel. That's to Gobert. Throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a 3-point play. That one is on Towns.
Finding a little rhythm here that they have to like where they're at.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds at different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
And the dunk by Towns.
How about the work ethic there of Towns? He's great at positioning himself on the glass and just outworking the opponent.
Outside Robinson. From outside, off the mark.
Well, the defense got lucky there. More often than not, he's making that shot.
Randall with the bucket.
You know, they like Randall to be an offensive presence in the paint. They want him to be an option on every possession.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Timberwolves have become a rough and rugged team. Swingman Jaden McDaniels said, "We don't let nobody push us around. We're always being physical defensively. I feel like we're a tough team, super tough." Kevin, they certainly have the size to hold their own.
Always being physical. But, David, that's their identity. And we thank you for the report. Brunson with it. Picked up by Edwards. Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Shot clock at 5. To the inside. Towns. And he uses the glass on the layup. Towns has got 14.
And this is what Towns is capable of. He's an incredibly gifted offensive weapon who can score at all 3 levels. And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Stolen by Brunson.
Excellent anticipation there to come away with the steal.
Outside Robinson. A 3-ball. DiVincenzo with the rebound. Timberwolves leading by 8. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far. Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. Randall passes to DiVincenzo. Shoots over Brunson. Well, Stan, as a former coach, I imagine it has to be hard for you to watch basketball as a fan.
Well, it is. It's very hard, almost impossible. I'm almost always watching from a coach's standpoint, an X and O standpoint. But I will say, even when I was standing on the sidelines, NBA players are so good that you have fan moments even while you're coaching.
It seems like every game we see something we've never seen before, right?
I can remember turning around to my assistants and saying, "Can you believe that?"
And the slam, if Rudy gets that ball anywhere near the rim, he is going to finish it.
The kick out to Anunoby. Brunson outside. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist. He has 6.
Just a reflexive move by Brunson, putting complete trust in his mechanics.
DiVincenzo passes to Alexander Walker. Randall outside. Puts up a deep 3. Offensive rebound. It's Edwards on the wing. No good from outside.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Brunson outside. And Robinson wide open. He shoots. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. They've led by as much as 10. Randall kicks to Gobert. Pass to DiVincenzo. Good on the 3-point shot. And the Timberwolves lead by 8.
That's the kind of D that you're not going to find success with, guys. They've got to get a hand in the face.
Outside Robinson. Bridges finds Towns. Anunoby a screen on Randall. Towns, the pass to Anunoby. And that was close. He draws the foul. He'll shoot 2.
And I like the fact that the defense is looking to protect the rim at all costs.
The Knicks have shot 5 of 6 at the foul line tonight. The Timberwolves making a switch here. Reed's checked in. 26 seconds left in the 3rd. Minnesota leading by 6. Alexander Walker passes to Reed, and that one drops.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
The Timberwolves shooting their 4th shot at the foul line here.
Yeah, looking over their percentage on the season, I think they will be thrilled with the number in terms of their free throw percentage, 79.
Here's Alexander Walker, defended by Bridges. Edwards cashing in from outside.
Love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
And so it's Minnesota up by a dozen here at the end of the quarter. Their strategy has been clear tonight. Work the ball inside, get shots in the paint, and now they are scoring with ease. Back right after this. And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery.
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. And New York, looking at who they've got, we've got Anunoby. Mitchell Robinson out there with Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Bridges, and it's Brunson in at the point guard.
Yeah, a nice, strong finish on the inside.
But Greg, that's what he does. He's got the dunker mentality. Knicks trail by 10. Robinson left side. Anunoby outside. Back to Robinson. And Robinson throws it down hard.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
And Brunson comes to help. Here's Alexander Walker. Off target from three-point range. New York shooting around 41% on the night. Bridges kicks to Anunoby. Wants to get it to Robinson, and does. Shot clock at 6. Here's Towns. The second effort. Robinson misses. Timberwolves leading by 8. DiVincenzo passes to Alexander Walker. That shot, no good. The Knicks have gone 2 of 4 from the field since we started the final quarter of play. Pass to Robinson. Stolen by Reed. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Randall with a screen for DiVincenzo. Hands it from downtown. And the Timberwolves lead by 11. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the Timberwolves.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
And another thing, guys, they dominated on fast breaks tonight, outrunning their opponent the entire game.
Brunson kicks to Bridges. Back to Brunson. Robinson dishes to Bridges. Anunoby outside. And the Knicks miss again. Minnesota's gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. And Reed throws it down.
A fantastic decision-making big. Randall with the right choice there, finding the open man.
The kick out to Towns. Back to Bridges. Inside. Randall with the block. Down low. Here's DiVincenzo. Stolen by Anunoby. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That is his first foul of the game. Minnesota making some changes. Rudy Gobert is checked in for Reed. McDaniels comes in for Alexander Walker. And it's Mike Conley in for Dante DiVincenzo. Towns, the pass to Robinson. Anunoby trying to break free. Out to Brunson. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Stolen by McDaniels. Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Out to Edwards. Sinks the triple.
And this is what they wanted. I mean, to announce their presence in this matchup with authority. Very decisive. It can definitely be considered a statement win for the Timberwolves.
They found a great rhythm from long range.
Yeah, Kevin, every time they left a man open deep, he'd get a good shot at the basket. Didn't hesitate, and that aggression paid off.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Rudy Gobert.
He was everywhere, defensively, offensively. The effort we saw from him tonight, I think, was the difference.
Edwards passes to McDaniels. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Inspired tonight. They fought hard and at crucial points just made the plays.
Yeah, they saved their best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
They get the rebound. Robinson. And there's 2 points. Working on the glass, paying off that time. .43 seconds left to play here in the fourth. High post, Gobert. Second chance shot. And slam dunk by Gobert.
Impressive job by the players, coaches, and don't discount the impact of these fans.
No, I'd be lying if I said the crowd doesn't have an impact. It's certainly felt from the head coach all the way down.
And that one's good. Brunson. 19 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Well, for the Timberwolves, they can just run out the clock here. Conley kicks to Randall. So it's Minnesota winning this one easily. Some good competition, but the hometown advantage and their ability to stay focused, I think, made the difference.
Yeah.
David, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. So, for Greg Anthony, Stan Van Gundy, and our reporter, David Aldridge,
Greetings and thanks for ending your Monday on 2K Sports with some NBA hoop. Grant, looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh yeah, this should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
And to look at the starters for the Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Mikal Bridges. Then there's Jalen Brunson. And it's Anunoby in at the 3. Ooh, poked away. Fast break, here we go. Brunson finds Anunoby. Bridges outside. 4 on the clock. Towns. The rebound by Embiid. It's George on the wing. Pass to Embiid. Sinks the tray.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
Here's Bridges. Oh, he goes back with the dunk right over Joel Embiid.
Electric. Bridges getting the fans on their feet with that dunk.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team. This is why you put the ball in his hands, an accurate pass hitting a moving target.
Here's Yabusele, Anunoby covering. It's a 3-on-3 fast break. Brunson passes to Bridges. Left side Hart, out to Bridges, takes a 3. The next rebound. It's Hart on the wing. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. No problems knocking that one down. Bridges has gotten his second bucket on the night.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, he can add it to the list.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Well, he's going to just keep going now. That's early confidence for him. Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Brunson against Maxey. Pass to Drummond. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
When Drummond gets the ball inside, that's going to scare the rest of your defense. You got to pay attention.
Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped. He's undersized for a 4, but his hops level the playing field. The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Paul George spent some time talking about his idol. He said, the person who motivated me as a kid was Kobe Bryant. Growing up in Southern California, watching him every day, I wanted to emulate him. I attacked the game the same way he did, trying to work on every deficiency, play both ends, and be a competitor.
His impact lives on, Allie. Here's Towns. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. And here's Brunson. No made baskets yet. Hart can't hit.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Here's Maxey. He takes it in. He nails it, and we're tied.
Oh, a high motor in close to the rim. Maxey finding a window and converting.
Right side, Anunoby. And Joel Embiid pulls it down.
I think he rushed that one just a little bit, thinking the defense was going to get close. They weren't.
Here's Yabusele, covered by Towns. George for 3. They get it back. Here's Drummond, and that's good. His first bucket of the game.
If you didn't run one play for Drummond all night, he still might get into double digits. He's that much of a force on the offensive glass. As a big, once you get position inside, it allows you to fight and come away with a lot of tough boards.
The kick out to Maxey. Back to Drummond. Pass to Embiid. The three is up. That one falls, coming off a drum and feed. Embiid's got 8.
Yeah, we know Embiid can do it one-on-one, but the catch-and-shoot jumper is showing his versatility.
There's a 4-second difference between the shot and game clock.
And that's a powerful man right there. Towns is never going to pass up a chance to finish with authority.
It's stolen by Hart. Now here's Anunoby. Oh, George with a steal. Joel Embiid, he's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for Philadelphia. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Philadelphia.
They've been in rhythm from the in-between area, just keeping things simple and taking what the D gives them.
Let's make sure that that selfish nerve doesn't get tapped, because right now there's great ball movement. They're setting each other up. Let's see if that maintains.
So here are the 5 for New York as they start the second. They've got Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges is out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Anunoby in at the small forward position. Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls, partly because of the salary cap. It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
Embiid can't hit. New York trailing. Anunoby with it. Here's Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
Yeah, strong flush from Towns. I like whenever he plays with an edge inside.
And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Back to Hart. And that misses. That would have put him up. The 76ers shooting the rock at 58%. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
Such an explosive athlete. Maxey saw his chance and took it right to the rim.
Hart passes to Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
Good heads-up basketball. Sees an opening and capitalizes.
And Brent, this Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach.
Well, B.A., isn't it interesting, Tom Thibodeau? Lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard. They play defense first. They play a ton of minutes. But this team is gritty, and they don't give up.
For Philadelphia, they've got nothing to go out of 5 attempts so far this quarter. Here's George. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. That's on Mikal Bridges.
The length and the athleticism combination of Paul George is very hard to guard.
Well, when you talk about a classic 3-and-D guy, Paul George is one of the first to come to mind, Brent.
I agree, B.A. I think he's been a little bit underappreciated, but this guy, both ends of the floor, with the ability to score and defend, is elite.
Here's Yabusele. Pass to Embiid. This one for 3. Oh, Embiid knocking it down from downtown.
Flat out dominant. Joel Embiid having his way tonight.
And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
New York shooting their first free throws of the night. And so Towns nails them both. When the Knicks are having a good season, it is amazing how excited their fans get, Brent.
Well, it's been generations, B.A., that have been salivating for this franchise to get back to its winning ways. The last championship came in 1973, so as a fan, you can't help but get fired up when there's a chance at a title run.
Pass to Towns.
And it is so tough to disrupt Towns' shot. I mean, when he shoots, he's so disciplined and locked in. Oh, so impressive.
And he'll take his 3rd and 4th free throws of the night.
He had a really rough game at the line last time out. He struggled to get anything to drop.
Makes it pretty tough on the defense. Who are you going to pick to send to the free throw line? And when he's hitting the free throws right now, form looks good.
Hart with a screen on Drummond. Towns passes to Hart. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's George. Oh, he elevates for the slam. Jalen Brunson on the receiving end.
Well, not only looking at Paul George get up, look at the guys on the bench loving it from PG.
And again, the Knicks missing.
Something's off about him this quarter.
Well, he's missing, and it's starting to affect a little bit in his body language, and you just don't want to see that.
This small advantage is starting to snowball.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
And it's always great to see Towns in the zone, bringing a ton of energy to his offensive game.
George passes to Drummond. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. Drummond's got 6 here in the quarter.
The value of good ball movement isn't lost on this squad.
Towns, hey, in 6 attempts, he's made 5. Talk about efficiency.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Pass to Hart. Kicks it out Towns, and here's Anunoby. Back to Towns. Sinks that one from the post. Towns has got 16 points now.
And he is a force in the paint. Towns is such a huge presence inside for them.
Here's Yabusele. And a nice finish on the layup. And the 76ers lead by 7.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And he'll take a trip to the line for 2. Clearly got fouled on that shot.
I know this gets said a lot. Josh Hart plays with heart. It's true, though. This guy's a fantastic competitor. Plays with energy on both ends. And it's infectious for his teammates.
The smart play. Wait and take the final shot.
Every second right now is valuable to you. That should be their strategy.
At 7 feet tall, Embiid looks to dunk often, especially when he's got good position.
Left side Brunson. And so it's Philadelphia finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. Getting lots of great look. Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
He took a head-on approach in the first half, going straight at the D and drawing fouls.
Yeah, almost inviting contact, that attack mentality on full display.
We've got Maxey. Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's George, and it's Yabusele in at the 3 spot. That's the group for Nick Nurse getting going here in the second half. The Sixers lead by 8. Maxey attacking. Fires for 3. He can't get that one to fall. And so it's Hart with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. And we talk about guys who can really guard. 1 through 5. OG Anunoby is one of them, Brandon.
Yeah, OG can make your night a living nightmare the way he can guard. He chases around shooters. He's physical enough to deal with wings who like to play in the mid-range. And he's relentless on the defensive end of the floor.
Right side, Anunoby. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far.
Probably not the shot that was drawn up for that possession, but you can't pass it up, and you can't knock it down.
Here's George. It's rebounded by New York. Anunoby's got his 4th rebound in this one. Back to Brunson. To the inside. Oh, George with a steal. Here we go. The Sixers on the break. And the jam by George.
Paul George can be dangerous out in transition. Great job finishing there.
Knocked loose. Outside Anunoby. Bridges outside. with a screen on George. Here's Bridges. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Drummond's got his 8th rebound here tonight. And Anunoby pulls it down. Anunoby's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Hart passes to Anunoby. Outside Hart. Driving inside. Back to Anunoby. New York again can't hit.
I don't know if you can credit the defense for that. It was just a missed opportunity.
Down low. Here's Maxey. Back to Drummond. Pass to Embiid. Offensive board. Maxey on the wing. And here we go. The Knicks in transition. Brunson speeds in to finish the break.
And Jalen Brunson doing it now at both ends.
And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time.
Jalen Brunson.
That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
And so here is Philadelphia. It's a 5-point game. Back to Maxey. 3 minutes gone now in the third quarter.
2 minutes remaining in the
Pass to Drummond.
2 minutes.
Shoots. He hits the back iron and sinks it. Maxey's got 12 points in the game.
They're just so good at playing at high speed. Maxey gets the ball and takes the fast shot.
Here's Bridges. The rebound by Yabusele.
Well, mid-range is where he makes the money. So when the D's slow to get out on him, always surprising to see him miss from there.
Knicks trail by 7. Anunoby passes to Hart. It's tipped, and they'll keep possession. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Clock at 6. Outside Hart. The 3-ball. It's hauled in by the Sixers.
Not a way to get out of a funk. He needs to be looking for good, solid, more efficient shots. Not the wild one he took there.
Embiid against Bridges. And the basket by Embiid.
Yeah, this is what sets Embiid apart from other bigs. That mid-range game is on point.
Towns into the lane. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Left side Maxey. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Here's the break. Brunson passes to Hart. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Pass to Anunoby. 3-pointer. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 11 rebounds in the game. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. And here's Bridges. Anunoby for 3. The 3. No good that time. And so it's Philadelphia. They have a nice 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. Defense.
All right, fans.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the New York Knicks. They trail by 9. And on the floor for New York here in the fourth. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Josh Hart. And it's Towns in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Getting out in transition. Love to see this hustle from Embiid.
And Embiid no good on that one. Knicks trail by 11. It's Bridges on the wing. Lets it go from deep. Yes. And a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 5th assist in this one.
And just Shakespearean there, a smart read. Saw the defense was collapsing inside, so he wisely pulled up from the outside and drilled it.
Embiid, good.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth. Showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the 3-point line and trying to take advantage from distance. Now, he's not the reason that they're trailing in this one. He's been on his game. It's a few of the other guys that need to pick it up.
Maxey banked it in off the glass. And the 76ers lead by 11.
Sometimes the D likes to get physical with Maxey, but he has no back down in him.
Outside Anunoby. Ooh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. That's on Joel. And they stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
OG Anunoby taking 2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules. The officials will have 2 minutes to review the play.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach will challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
I was able to listen in on what Nick Nurse had to say to the team. He said, quote, "This one isn't over. Those guys will come roaring back. We have to be ready. If something doesn't go our way, don't dwell, just move on to the next play." Back to you.
Thanks for that, Allie. First one falls for him. That one misses. The Sixers lead by 10. Here's Yabusele from outside the arc. They grab their own miss. Drummond passes to George. Three-pointer Embiid. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Anunoby's got 7 rebounds in the game. Towns outside. And no good. Embiid with a nice defensive effort. It's George on the wing. Three-pointer. Yes, and it's Embiid picking up the assist. And the 76ers lead by 13. Three-pointer, Bridges. Nails it from 3.
Nice job measuring the defense right there. Bridges sensing separation and torching him off the dribble.
George with the bucket.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Here's Bridges. Rebound by the 76ers. Drummond's got 15 rebounds here tonight. Pass to Embiid. The 3. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
Come on. I mean, what can you do defensively? Embiid is pretty much impossible to guard when his jumper's on.
Bridges outside. Shoots over George. Bridges can't get that one to fall. Philadelphia leading by 15. Fires the 3. And George gets it to go on the assist by Maxey. George has got 8 here in this quarter.
Now you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
I'm not sure what the defense collectively was thinking there. You got to know where he is at all times. Such a big part of what he does for this team. Just work and work on the boards, generate second chance opportunities, and hopefully convert.
And they pick up 2.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
It's hard on the wing. Embiid covers. And there's the foul. It's on Joel Embiid. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
Second team foul.
A look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by in the 4th. Anunoby passes to Towns. 5 to shoot. Now here's Anunoby.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the 76ers.
And the huge difference today, the efficiency from beyond the arc.
Yeah, once they started hitting shots, it stretched out the D and opened up the entire offense.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Joel Embiid.
Well, those points he had tonight, all critical, all from energy and activity. He just never seemed to stop.
Maxey against Brunson. He's feeling it. And it's Maxey missing. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. It's an 18-point game. Here's Brunson outside. Fires in the triple.
Doesn't get much easier than that. Hart was licking his chops when he saw his man wide open.
Here's Yabusele. George passes to Embiid. And a miss there on the triple. Here's New York. Pass to Bridges. Back to Brunson. Hart from long range. And Embiid with the block. "15 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. For three, Maxey can't connect. So no problem for Philadelphia as they get the win. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity on both ends of the floor, and they didn't allow their mistakes to get the better of them.
Well, now a minute to check in with Allie LaForte. Allie, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Brent Barry.
Broadcasting live, 2K Sports presents. And it's the Warriors to start out. Now Golden State's starting five. In the backcourt, we'll see Curry and Podziemski. Jimmy Butler is out there with Green. And it's Post in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
And to me, Draymond Green really embodies the idea of a high IQ player. He can read the opposition, predict where a play is going, and those instincts aren't something that can be easily taught to anyone.
Now here's Curry. Post misses the shot.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Van Vliet passes to Brooks. Thompson sets the pick for Brooks. There's the drive. Green with the block.
Green takes great pride in his defense now. He loves denying shots at the rim and playing bigger than his 6'8" frame would lead you to believe.
Van Vliet against Curry. Just 5 on the clock. Van Vliet on the wing. The rebound by Post.
Usually, guys, he's going to knock that one down from there. Proficient at operating in that medium range area.
And again, no good by Golden State.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the three.
Thompson, a screen on Curry. Van Vliet with it. Now Green defending. Here's Şengün. Here's Thompson. Lays it up and banks it in.
Timing and athleticism. That's how Thompson won himself the second opportunity.
Green kicks to Butler. Knocks down the 3-ball.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Brooks outside. Pass to Şengün. Pulls up on the elbow. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks.
When he's not working back to the basket, Şengün can pop out and face you up.
And stolen by Thompson. The finish, and Thompson throws it down.
Well, that's why they're in front. The aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
And Clark, the Rockets, just one of a handful of franchises to win back-to-back NBA titles.
Can you believe that, Kevin? It was roughly 30 years ago that the Rockets did that, led by Hakeem Olajuwon, perhaps the best player in the league at that time. Of course, this was while Michael Jordan was retired from the NBA the first time.
It's stolen by Green. Here's Butler. Here he goes. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
You know, that's just simply outstanding focus. Butler's used to getting hit on the way up, expects to be bumped and jostled around, and still muscles his shots in.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
I had a chance to talk with the head coach, Ime Udoka. Now, I asked him about the challenge they face in defending Steph Curry. He said Steph is so hard to contain because of his constant movement off the ball. Conventional defenses won't work against him. The matchups will be fluid. He'll see a lot of different guys coming at him. He's looking and needing a total group effort. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, David.
Rocketing off the deck. Thompson showing that youthful exuberance.
Pass to Green. Brooks grabs the board.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
And here is Green. 1:27 left to play here in the first. And stolen by Şengün. Thompson outside. And it's blocked. And here we go. Fast break. Curry's got it. From beyond the arc and then some. Curry's got 5. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Warriors.
Their defense has been so aggressive right out of the gate, wasting no time shutting shooters down here with authority.
And, guys, we've also seen them do a great job with steals. I know that's a stat that can cut both ways. It's not always meaningful, but those turnovers forced can turn into easy baskets at times.
Brooks from outside. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Warriors leading by 3. Pass to Post. It's up a 3. It's rebounded by Houston. And Vliet on the wing. He's defended by Podziemski. Here's Şengün. The rebound by Post. The Warriors have gone 4 of 10 shooting the ball here in the first quarter. Brooks against Green. Back to Podziemski. Off target with his 3. Green kicks to Van Vliet. Gets it off. And he drains the 3, but let's see, they may need to review it. I'm not sure the ball was out of his hand in time. And indeed, they're going to look at it again.
The previous play is underway.
And the footage relayed to the officials from the replay center in Secaucus, I think he got it off in time. The replay leaving little doubt.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Well, they're going to switch the call. There is no doubt, and look at the replay, that he got it off in time.
Well, it's good they decided to take another look at it. I know some folks don't like it.
It's a tie game here in Houston. And the second quarter will get underway just after this short break. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far in the scoreboard. Let's quickly break down the game we've seen so far from the Rockets, guys.
Well, in that first quarter, they were intent on just pounding the ball down low.
Yeah, and it's worked. They've got a clear edge and points in the paint. Now we'll see if they go with a more balanced attack or just keep on pounding it inside.
So with Butler sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Draymond Green is out there with Moses Moody. And it's Post in at the 5 spot. In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for Houston.
Their chemistry. That's what really stood out so far in this one to me. Look at the number of assists they've been able to rack up so far.
And something else that I liked is how they attack the paint, finding ways to get inside and capitalize time and time again.
Offensive rebound.
And with his movement skills, Thompson routinely catches defenders out of position.
The Rockets have shot just one free throw earlier, 1 for 1 in the game.
And their numbers from the line last season, they're good, just not great, about 77% as a team.
And Clark watching Amen Thompson. He is just a different kind of athlete.
He sure is, boy. Special as an athlete. And we've got some of the greatest athletes in the world across the NBA. He's smooth, he's explosive, he's fluent, well-coordinated. Seems like he just kind of floats in the air. It's special to watch him do his thing.
You know, a trend that's been unmistakable, Greg, over the last few decades has been the number of positionless players.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing, right? So many players now with diversity in their skill set, and there's no need to commit a player to a certain role just based on their size.
That one from long range. Green's got the lead up to 4 now for the Rockets.
No wasted motion or hesitation there. Green ready to shoot as soon as he caught it.
Scooped up. Curry kicks to Hield. Another shot. And it's blocked by Şengün. And it's Houston on the break. Brooks with no one around. And again, it's the Rockets from deep.
And you have to like how active Brooks is on the floor. Working hard to be where his team needs him on that break.
Pass to Post. Golden State moving it around. Right side Curry. Here's Green. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Greg, since reaching 5 consecutive NBA Finals, the Warriors have missed the playoffs 3 of the past 5 years.
And to be fair, they did go 46-36 last season. They were 10 games over 500 last year. So they weren't a bad team, but Golden State doesn't just expect to be in the play-in. They want to be a contender.
And Curry has it in the corner. Curry getting it done inside.
Stronger than he looks. Curry able to take the hit there and finish.
And Buddy Hield is going to pick up the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Yep, the next one puts them on the line, so they've got to be careful the rest of the way.
Dominguez come in for the Warriors. Another miss by Houston. Warriors trail by 3. To the middle. And Green slams it in.
How about the execution inside by Green? He's excellent at knowing when to attack down low.
Thompson misses.
Clearly the defense could have been better there, guys, but he also needs to convert that.
Curry outside. Good, and it's Green picking up the assist. Green's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. And Thompson throws it down.
This one has been all about Amin Thompson, a freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Curry outside. Green with the rebound. And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. And he's got his first chance at the line here.
Well, Jalen Green is a product of G League Ignite, and clearly showing other folks there's a new path for potential lottery picks to take.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Alperen Şengün is a weapon on the block. Coach Ime Udoka said there are not a ton of true low-post threats in the NBA. Joel Embiid, Jokic, I don't know how many others there are anymore. Alpie's had success against pretty much everybody that's guarded him. Kevin, his footwork is indeed high level.
DA, totally agree. Great footwork. Moves on moves, I've always said. Kevon Looney is checked in for the Warriors. Podziemski's coming in for Buddy Hield. Thompson passes to Şengün. And the officials call him for a 3-second violation.
Warriors ball.
Golden State's gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. Well, Clark, we hear a lot about the antics with Brooks, but he deserves more attention for his play.
I agree, especially on the defensive end, Kevin. He's one of the top perimeter defenders in the league, and some of what his antics are flowing out of is his competitive spirit. I still think he needs to tamp down the antics because that does take away from what he does, which is lock guys up and play with great competitive spirit all the time.
Out to Brooks. Launches a 3. Another miss by Houston.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Oh, it's been a turbulent quarter, really rough for him. Nothing going his way. He seems determined to shoot his way out of it.
Thompson outside. Van Vliet finds Thompson. Brooks setting a pick for Thompson. Pocket 6. Şengün with a wide open look. The Rockets again can't hit. And it's the Warriors ball. They're on a 13-3 run right now. Curry can't get it to go. Now here's Van Vliet. Defense right on him. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Warriors lead by 3. And now we'll send it over to David. All right, David, thank you. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You know, Amin Thompson has been exceptional here tonight, guys.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
You know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. And it's Van Vliet into the point guard. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Curry with it. Picked up by Van Vliet. The kick outside to Butler. Takes a shot at the elbow. Green, no luck. The Rockets trail. Thompson outside. Brooks outside. Here's Şengün. A three-pointer off the mark.
You know, he's just not taking good shots, not taking smart shots, forcing up a lot of low percentage jump there.
Outside Curry. Green with a screen on Green. It's Curry outside to the paint. Green finds Podziemski. Here's Looney, and he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Good to see a player going all out when the game's this tight.
You know, GA, he knows what his job is. Patrol the offensive glass.
You know, that time I thought he did it with authority. Tremendous putback at a time when they really need it.
Charity stripe shot. Şengün, no good.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
Well, that's one way he can finish, but far from the only way he gets it done. He's got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve.
And there's the foul. It goes on Jimmy Butler. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul. In for the Warriors.
Here's Brooks. He has 5. Pass to Şengün. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Brooks. Brooks has got 3 assists in the game. Here's Curry. A focus from Curry. Gets it to fall inside.
On the offensive end, Curry both prolific and efficient.
And many around the league believe Curry doesn't get enough fouls called in his favor. GA, what do you think?
There could be some truth to that. He gets held and grabbed more than anyone when running off screens, but especially blatant on drives to the rim.
Outside Curry. Top finish by Stephen Curry.
Hey, inside Curry has all the tricks. Floaters, scoop shots, fallaways, left hand, right hand. However he has to do it, he will.
It's stolen by Green. Now the Warriors moving it up. And it's thrown down hard with both hands.
And that's the kind of play you just do not want to give up defensively. You lose the possession and give up a quick 2 at the other end.
Curry looking it over. Oh, Curry off the bounce.
Hey, whatever adjustments they made at halftime, they are working to perfection.
You know, they came out of the locker room, revved up the gas pedal, and haven't slowed down yet.
Thompson, a screen on Curry. Van Vliet passes to Thompson. Back to Van Vliet. There's the triple. Thompson misses.
You can't miss those, but even the best do on occasion.
Green. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And Green slams it in.
Launching off the ground and throwing it down with ease. Boy, did Green get up.
Here's Curry. The Rockets pull it in. 50 seconds left to play in the third. Here's Brooks. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. That's 7 points for Brooks.
Oh, nice play from Brooks down in the paint. Not afraid to get physical on the inside.
Here's Butler. Rockets with the rebound. Şengün's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Brooks kicks to Şengün. Out to Thompson. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Brooks. 6 on the shot clock. The rebound by Post. Post has got 6 rebounds here tonight at the elbow. Green. Got it off in time. No good on the last second attempt there. The third quarter comes to a close. Warriors ahead, leading. And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And it's Curry with the ball, bringing it up for the Golden State Warriors. It's a 5-point game. So with Butler sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Kuminga out there with Green. And it's Post in at the center position. Here's Hield. No good on the quick 3. Brooks against Curry. And Şengün throws it down.
Turkish thunder. Şengün tasting the sauce up top.
Clearly
the foul.
Yeah, he took a shot there, earned those free throws.
And a closer look here at the hustle stance for the Warriors.
All game long, they've had active hands and really out in the passing lanes. And that aggression on defense has resulted in a ton of steals.
And I love the fact they kept the pressure on, really pushing that ball, running it up the floor. I love seeing that. A team staying aggressive even when they're playing well.
Brooks dishes to Thompson. Pass to Green. 6 to shoot. Brooks setting the pick for Thompson. Houston needs to get a shot up. And Şengün gets it to go on the assist by Thompson. Şengün's got 5 points in the quarter. Up top, Curry, covered by Van Vliet. Van Vliet against Curry. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got double-digit rebounds now in the game.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Rockets trail. Van Vliet finds Brooks. Back to Van Vliet. Brooks outside. Houston moving the ball around. Green passes to Thompson. The layup missed.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lane.
Outside, Green. At the elbow, Van Vliet. Out to Brooks. Pass to Şengün. The Rockets again can't hit. The Warriors shooting 41% for the game. Here's Post. Back to Curry. Here's the screen. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Post unloads. It's good from the top of the key. Kuminga's got his first bucket of the night. And Brooks, here we go. They kick it out to Green. Thompson outside. Van Vliet against Curry. Şengün with the screen for Thompson. Shot clock at 3. It's stolen by Kuminga. Over to the left wing. Here's Post. And he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Old school D right there, just telling them no easy layups. It's as simple as that. And that's what you expect from them.
So he gets them both.
Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throws.
Back to Thompson. Van Vliet on the wing, guarded by Curry. Van Vliet looking around. Here's Şengün. The Rockets again can't hit. Warriors leading by 5. Outside, Kuminga. We've got 1:28 left here in the fourth quarter. Here's Curry. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws. And here we go. A coach's challenge has been initiated. In question.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able to. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And so Curry will bring it up for Golden State. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. one. Good. And it's a 9-point Warrior lead.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
Pass to post. And he stuffs it. What a pass to set him up.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what. And they got it done.
Şengün with the screen for Van Vliet. And Thompson kicks to Green. Here's Şengün. No good, unable to end this run. Here's the Warriors with the ball. They lead by 11, the largest margin of the game. So we see the Warriors taking the game here. They came in here and took care of business like they were the home team.
And Kevin, how about the mental toughness that this group showed? They were never rattled at all by the opposing fans.
Much appreciated, David. And that'll do it, folks.
And preparing for battle. Each guy with his own approach to getting the NBA on. Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
And now the Los Angeles starters. They've got Luka Doncic. Rui Hachimura is out there with James. Then it's Austin Reeves, and it's Hayes in at the 5.
A real threat from the in-between area. LeBron wastes no time firing when he gets to that spot.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Doncic outside. Hayes, the pass to Hachimura. Back to Hayes. And it's Hachimura missing. And it's Van Vliet off the drive. Outside, Green. James against Thompson. Şengün, a screen on James. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to go on Jackson Hayes.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
Since being drafted in 2021, Alperen Şengün has really grown his game, Richard.
Particularly his assist numbers. That's what impresses me. You can run the offense through the 6'11" Şengün. It's so impressive.
Now here's Doncic. He can't get it to go. Brooks against Hachimura. And that one's good for Brooks.
And just as tough as they come, Dylan Brooks battling for 2 points.
James, left side. Hey, it's James slamming it down.
Just rising up to the rim.
Man, when he gets up there, he gets up there. You know what I'm saying? Here's Şengün. No good on the shot. Some solid defense from Hayes. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Ime Udoka for a minute. I asked Coach what it's like facing LeBron now versus earlier in his career, and he quickly responded, not much. He's still extremely difficult to game plan for. Even at this stage of his career, he remains a dominant force. So limiting his production will be crucial for them in this matchup, guys.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Here's James. Pass to Hayes. And finished off by Hayes.
Such a wizard with the ball. James always finds the open man.
And here's Thompson for three. It's Hayes with the rebound.
That was a good possession. They got a clean look. The shot just didn't fall.
And James gets it to go. James has got 6.
You can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They've got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
Now here's Thompson. Şengün, the screen. Can they get it? Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson.
Hey, good to get him going right away. I mean, those are the shots that really boost confidence.
It makes a difference for them if he can establish his three-point shot as a weapon.
He buries it from 3.
And look at Luka now getting aggressive at the arc. He was eager to answer that last 3.
Tries from 6 feet. Good D by Doncic.
Oh, wow. This close, you got to finish strong. You can't give yourself room for a mistake like that.
Here's Reeves. Oh, Green with a block. Three-pointer, Brooks. James with the rebound. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success, and anything short of that is a failure.
And Houston has possession. After the Lakers picking up a basket just moments ago, Thompson, a screen on Reeves. Pass to Şengün. Lets the 3 fly, bearing his second of 3 attempts.
As he gets more comfortable in unlocking his potential, we'll see Green get more comfortable in moving the ball.
Doncic is doubled. Şengün with a steal. Brooks with it. Hachimura covering to the paint. And there's Thompson on the assist by Şengün.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
Doncic passes to James. And here's Reeves outside. On the wing, Reeves. The 3 is up. Back to James. Pass to Doncic. And that makes him 3 for 4. He's looking good.
Oh, Luka is so skilled at using his body to create good looks inside.
Brooks finds Green. Şengün, a screen on Reeves. Here's Green. Oh, big finish! Wow!
Okay, I see you. That is a dunk contest-worthy move. Green just putting on a show right there.
Inside. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
And at the end of 1, both teams putting up some points. It's Los Angeles. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
You know, another thing that has impressed me has been their numbers of points in the paint, just dominating down there. They're just getting whatever shot they want in close.
And so in the game for the Lakers, Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. Then it's Rui Hachimura, then there's James, and it's Hayes in at the center position, locking down the middle. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
BA, Fred VanVleet said, I've been a leader on pretty much every team that I've ever played for. I'm a leader in life. It's just something you either have or you don't. Something you gotta work at. Some guys will gravitate towards it and some won't. Brian, is it that simple?
Well, I think most of his teammates value what he has to say, for sure. Now here's Thompson. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, BA, I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense. And what I like about Thompson, along with the high-level athleticism, he has a high-level feel for the game.
Lenz checked in for Hayes. Houston with another miss. The Lakers in the lead. Here's James. Misses the layup. Houston has gone 0 for 2 from outside in the second quarter. Outside for Green. Şengün, a screen on Doncic. Green, the pass to Şengün. Shot clock at 5. And there's the call on Jalen Green. That's his first foul of the game.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
The Lakers' shooting has been great, 57%, and finding ways to score consistently. The Rockets have got none of their first 3 shots to fall so far in the second. Grant, after 3 straight drafts high in the lottery, the Rockets got to 500 in 2024.
Yeah, and I love how they signed some vets in the summer of 23. Houston decided we want to win now, and I wish more teams did that.
Thompson with a steal. Down low. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Brooks a screen on James. Rejected by James.
And on with the block. Look, the shooters are working hard, but he is all over them.
And the Lakers making a change here. Vincent's checked in. Nails it from beyond the arc.
Well-designed inbounds play. It's an art.
Reeves against Green. Here's Len. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Len's gotten his first points in this one.
Just outstanding distribution. This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see.
On the wing, Thompson. Drives to the hoop. Oh, and the jam by Thompson.
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that was going to hit his head on the rim one day. Oh.
James, outside. LeBron hammers it home.
BA, I'm not sure he should be flaunting around the rim like that with this game so close.
Oh, it's risky, but it sure did look good. Now here's Şengün. 7 points in the game. Brooks with it. Vincent picks him up.
In the first half.
6 to shoot. Here's Şengün. James with the rebound. James has got 4 rebounds now. 1:44 left in the second period. Back to Reeves. To the middle. Here's Len. And that one is hammered home.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Now here's Şengün. That shot wide open. VanVleet's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
And the luxury of having VanVleet. He doesn't need the ball to score. Fred can work off the rock and be a spot-up shooter.
Here's Green. Pass to VanVleet. Outside, Green. Van Vliet scanning the floor. Thompson with a screen. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. And a great assist by Van Vliet as that one goes. Thompson's got 12 points.
A confident shot from Amen. I mean, when he trusts his J, Thompson is that much more difficult to check.
And there's the basket, and the whistle blows. Chance at a three-point play here. Going to the line for one. Los Angeles shooting their first foul shot of the night. Grant, how about that in-season tournament win for the Lakers in 2024?
Yeah, honestly, it just makes sense that the first of those trophies would land with a historic franchise like the Lakers.
Now, here is James. Give him 8. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. To the inside, Reeves. Count it. And that shot gets him in the books. He's 1 for 3.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
On the wing, Thompson. They swipe it. And here's James. Here's Vincent. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. Amen Thompson, he's feeling it tonight, and he's been the driving force for the Rockets. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. Back after this.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Well, you gotta like what we're seeing from Amen Thompson.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shot within the flow of the offense.
Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Amen Thompson out there with Alperon Şengün, and it's Van Vliet in at the 1. And that's the group for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half. Now here's Brooks. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
Yeah, just showcasing his athleticism. When Brooks gets open space around the rim, he looks to throw it down with authority.
Thompson left side. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. James deciding where to go with it. Hachimura from long range. The shot's good on the assist by James. James has got his 5th assist in this one. Richard, it's nice to have the versatility of a guy like Hachimura. Equally comfortable at either forward position.
Well, he's got the size and strength of a modern-day NBA power forward, but he also has the ability to stretch the floor and knock down a 3. That's a nice combo.
There's the block. For the lead, it's Doncic with a drive, and the layup is up and in. Doncic has got 9.
What energy on the drive from Doncic. Charging in before the defense can seal up the gaps.
Pass to Şengün. Outside for Green. Here's Brooks. Here's Şengün. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. James passes to Hachimura. Brooks against James. Kicks it to Doncic. Back to James. It's rebounded by Houston. Şengün's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Green. Tipped. They recover it. Şengün passes to Green. Şengün, a screen on Reeves. Second shot opportunity. And it's Green missing. For Los Angeles, they've got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. The basket counts, and 1. He'll go to the line, a chance at a 3-point play.
Concentration off the charts. A chance for LeBron James to add 1 more.
And he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight. And how about LeBron? Even if he's no longer the clear-cut best player in the league, he can still take over a game, RJ.
Oh, make no mistake, he is still the best when he needs to be. Absolutely has a switch that gets flipped when he needs it. He's not on for 48 minutes, but he can definitely turn it on for a few.
And there's Luka, one of the most entertaining players in the league.
Thompson goes in. Plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now.
Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
Houston shooting their 6th and 7th free throw shots in the game. Some changes now for the Lakers. Len comes in for Hayes, and Finney-Smith subbed in for LeBron. Richard, if you look back at the Rockets' history, it's striking how many all-time greats have worn that uniform.
There are so many Hall of Famers: Hakeem Olajuwon, Ralph Sampson, Calvin Murphy, Yao Ming, Elvin Hayes, and that's only to name a few.
Here's Brooks. After the Lakers picking up a basket just moments ago, and there's a defensive 3-second call. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka Magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Connects checked in for Los Angeles. Now here's Brooks. He's got 7 from behind the arc. Houston with another miss.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. You just missed it.
And that one's good. Connect.
You have to be careful against Connect inside. He'll turn you into a highlight.
Out to Thompson. There's the triple. The Lakers with a rebound. 1:02 left in the third. Here's Finney-Smith. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Green with the ball. Picked up by Reeves, and that one's good. Green.
The defense gets physical with Green inside, so he uses his agility to get around him.
Here's Doncic. And it's good. Fought through contact. Hit the shot, and will go to the line. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. The free throw off from Doncic. And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or two. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
Now, here's Green. He's got 5. 4 on the clock. Pass to Brooks. Knocked away. Oh, it's stolen by Doncic. And it's stolen by Van Vliet. And here we go, the Rockets in transition. Thompson, no good. Doncic outside. Luka! Get off me!
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. And they just let him get right to the rim.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits. It may be difficult. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And 2 teammates on the same page. Woo.
Assisted. Luka.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store. On the court for the... Oh, my goodness! How about that?
That is Thompson's game, rocking the rim and giving his team some energy.
Doncic against Van Vliet. Oh, Doncic unfazed by the defense.
His fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
He's just riding the wave of momentum right now, getting to his spots and keeping things simple on the offensive side.
Here's Reeves, and he drives in. Count it.
Austin.
And the Lakers lead by 14.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And Şengün gets it to go.
When he has that much space, he's a pretty good bet to nail the 3.
Pass to Connect. The shot is good. Doncic making the play. Doncic has got 4 assists in the game.
Known as a jump shooter, Connect is improving around the basket.
Here's Şengün, and he sinks the 11-footer. And just about a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Doncic passes to Finney-Smith. Back to Doncic. Pass to Lin. It's rebounded by Şengün. Rockets trail by 11. Here's Van Vliet. And he banks in the layup.
Well, Van Vliet likes to work up close and personal at the basket. Always ready to take it inside.
Outside Finney-Smith. Oh, Luka playing grown man ball inside.
And man, is he in a zone right now. Seems like he can't miss.
Outside for Green. Thompson, a screen on Reeves. Here's Green. Doesn't go that time. Good D by Finney-Smith. Los Angeles leading by 11. To the wing on the left. Connect. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. On the wing, Reeves. Fires the three. Here's Lin. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Great work to clear some space around the rim and set himself up for that putback.
Yes, sir. That was a huge follow. Thompson. Good D by Finney-Smith.
Defense pulled out all the stops to shut him down there.
Doncic left side from the arc. Drills it from deep. Doncic has got 24 points.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the three. Needs to keep doing this now.
Green finds Van Vliet. The Rockets again can't hit.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Reeves, the pass to Doncic. And here we go, the Rockets in transition. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
Great teamwork on that drive. Punctuated by a strong finish.
Yeah, that's nice execution. Running with purpose and creating an easy scoring opportunity off the break.
Lin. Van Vliet against Doncic. There's a screen by Lin. Shot clock at 6. Shoots over Şengün. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Lakers?
Oh, they've been punishing the inside defense consistently in this one. Look, it's been a very productive area of the floor for them.
And we can't forget about how ferocious they've been cutting to the rim, just going right at defenders and finding ways to finish. It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Lakers.
They had more assists and shot the ball more efficiently. Those things tend to go hand in hand.
And that's so true. Without a doubt, their ball movement was essential to winning this game.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Luka Doncic.
And let's just say this, the name of the game is scoring, and yes, he provided that tonight. You're welcome.
Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he's sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
What I appreciate about LeBron is how much he loves being a leader. He knows how much his teammates count on him.
It's good. There's 48 seconds left in the fourth. Doncic against Van Vliet. Doncic with it. Five to shoot. Takes the three. The Rockets pull it in. There's 21 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Brooks, the pass to Green. And here's Thompson for 3. Len pulls it in. And Doncic launches from deep. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. And so it's the Lakers easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win. Thanks, Alec. Great interview once again. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian.
It's blocked. Green against Burks. Higgins outside. Lets it go from deep. Bangs home the trifecta.
And pretty consistent from range. Wiggins has the natural tools to do a little bit of everything.
Hey, Greg, where do you think the Rockets are the strongest in their play?
I would say on the glass. They generally do a good job crashing the boards and going for loose balls. They really value every possession.
So it's Miami now. The Rockets making the shot. Burks on the wing, headed by Green. Burks kicks to Wiggins. To the wing on the left, and the ball travels out of bounds. He was last touched by Wiggins.
Well, that's an unforced error. If you want to drive your coach crazy, that's the way to do it.
For Houston, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Out to Thompson. First quarter of play with about a minute and a half gone. And it's Miami with the rebound. Pass to Burks. Back to Hero. The 3. Thompson with the rebound. Şengün against Hero. Van Vliet with it. Şengün with the screen for Van Vliet. Shoots over Hero. Van Vliet can't get it to go.
Well, that one should be in his wheelhouse, but just off the mark.
The shot by Adebayo, no good. Here's Houston now. Şengün passes to Thompson. Van Vliet kicks to Şengün. The Rockets with another miss.
Well, this was his shot to miss, honestly. Poor coverage, good setup. He just couldn't knock it down.
Thompson outside. If you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Really the right play defensively. If you can't block, force him to the line.
Well, the Miami Heat have always been in contention, Stan, for the East, and you've worked in the organization. Why is that?
Well, look, Kevin, I'll admit to a bit of a bias here, but they have a great coach, maybe the best in the league. He's been there since 2008. That consistency and continuity really helps, and this team expects themselves to win no matter what they go through.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Bam Adebayo talked about how his mentality has evolved over his career. He said, shoot the ball. I feel like that's been my evolution. It sounds very simple, but I came into this league as a defender. I feel like the progression's been shoot the ball, worry about everything else later. Kevin?
Certainly DA is a two-way threat. Pass to Wiggins. Out left to the wing. Adebayo against Van Vliet. They need this one. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. Van Vliet picks one up.
And one of the more active big men in our league. Adebayo never stops working.
That one misses. Well, G.A. Adebayo came from very humble beginnings.
Yeah, raised by his mother. And Kevin, Bam's main motivation in life was to get her out of that trailer. He worked extremely hard, and now arguably a top 25 player.
Chipped away. Out of bounds. Houston takes possession.
Houston ball.
1:11 left to play in the first. Van Vliet passes to Şengün. Thompson looking for an opening. And Şengün throws it down.
Finding a little rhythm here that they have to like where they're at.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more. Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Here's Van Vliet. Played in with a nice touch off the glass.
And unafraid to challenge the heart of this defense. Van Vliet's a strong finisher for his size.
Over to the wing. Adebayo kicks to Ware. Good ball movement here by the Heat. Hero score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
Showing great vision and delivering the pass out in front.
Green dishes to Thompson. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. Tyler Hero picks one up.
And with his movement skills, Thompson routinely catches defenders out of position.
And so he hits both. The Heat trail by 7. Off the inbound. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. The drive by Brooks. Van Vliet wide open. And the 3-ball is good. Van Vliet's got 5 now.
And what a way to start this game, dominating at both ends of the floor.
Obviously, guys, brilliant coaching, a perfect game plan.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
And so it's Houston heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. Let's quickly break down the game we've seen so far from the Rockets, guys.
Attacking, drawing fouls. They won that first quarter at the line.
All right, and now you want to see them sustain this relentlessness for the entire game because it's clearly paying off.
At the guard positions, Van Vliet and Green. Alperen Şengün out there with Thompson. And it's Brooks, and at the 3, the small forward. So that's who's on the floor for the Rockets. And we've got a timeout called from Ime Udoka. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Houston leading by 4. And Eric Spoelstra, the head coach of the Miami Heat, receiving a record 8-year, $120 million extension. They got some big dough.
Is it ever? And remains coaching for the only NBA franchise he's ever worked for. Already one of the most tenured head coaches in the association, and that figures to continue for a while.
Adebayo with a screen on Van Vliet. Burks kicks to Adebayo. It's good from long range.
No hesitation from Adebayo there. I had to love seeing him taking this shot with confidence.
Van Vliet outside. Trying to find Thompson, who gets it to him. In the corner, Şengün with it. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Here's Ware. That one falls coming off Adebayo's feet. Ware's got his second basket.
And what can't Adebayo do? I mean, gets the tough rebounds, scores the tough baskets, and then makes the right pass.
Here's Ware. Şengün covering. Outside, Hero. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. Van Vliet picks one up. And at this point, Tyler Hero's used to hearing his name in just about every trade rumor that comes along, Stan. I would assume that's got to be a little disconcerting for a player.
It probably is, Kevin, but give him a lot of credit. It never seems to bother him, at least in terms of affecting his play on the floor. He still puts up big numbers. He plays with great confidence. Tyler Hero's an outstanding offensive player.
Hero kicks to Adebayo. That's basket number 2 with his 3rd shot off to a fast 2 for 3.
And inside is where Bam is at his best. He knows how to outwork the other guys in the paint.
Şengün with a wide open look. And the 3 off target. Here's Miami now. It's a 12-2 run here. Good pace. Outside, Hero. Pass to Adebayo. And Adebayo throws it down.
Don't take your eyes off Bam. When he comes off the floor, he gets up and the slams are just too good to miss.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, we all know about what Heat culture means. Bam Adebayo says we share the ball, play together, and we know where the shots are going to come from. We're just blessed to have a team like this. Everybody buys in, everybody competes, and everybody wants to get the job done. Kevin, back to you.
They've got great chemistry. Thanks, David. Shot's good by Hero. Hero's got the lead up to 6 now for the Heat.
More than a great jump shooter, Hero is a tremendous ball handler who can finish the drive with either hand.
Thompson sets the pin for Van Vliet. Inside. Some nice passing there by Houston. Drills the three-pointer. Şengün's got 11. And Greg, you think about what they call float game. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive arsenal.
Green passes to Şengün. And he buries that one, drilling the rim on the way down. And now just a 1-point Heat lead. Hero kicks to Ware. Back to Hero. They set the pick. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Adebayo. And there's Hero. That's good on the assist by Adebayo. 11 points in the game.
And how about Hero's body control, capable of still scoring even when the defense ups the ante in terms of physicality.
And Brooks, here we go. Wiggins with some nice D.
The defense does just enough to alter that shot.
Here's Ware. Connects from 3-point range. And the Heat lead by 6.
Oh, great job moving the rock by Hero. Not a ball stopper. Tyler is a team player.
Şengün, no good.
I mean, come on. That's a shot you expect him to make.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Adebayo with a screen on Van Vliet. Hero kicks to Adebayo. And there's the call on Amen Thompson. That's his first foul.
Third team foul.
Stolen by Thompson. And here we go. Fast break. Van Vliet's got it. The shot by Thompson, no good. Stolen by Brooks. And we've reached halftime in this one. Heat lead by 6. And now we'll send it. Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. Nice game, great performance by Şengün.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
Here's who Eric Spoelstra is starting the second half. We've got Alec Burks. Wiggins is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then it's Tyler Hero. And it's Ware in at center. And timeout is called by Ime Udoka. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline.
It's time for the
Houston making some changes. Whitmore comes in for Green. And it's Jabari Smith in for Fred Van Vliet.
Whitmore.
Rockets trail by 8. Out to Smith. This one for 3. Şengün passes to Thompson. Out to the right wing. Thompson sets the pick for Whitmore. 5 to shoot. And Ware pulls it down. Ware's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Hero against Smith. To the inside. Ware. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
As the lead continues to grow, this is just heady, sound basketball.
Well, that third quarter is when you want to increase your lead. Really building it up before that final quarter.
Brooks, the pass to Şengün. Goes back up. It's hauled in by the Heat. Ware's got 9 rebounds in the game. Getting it done. Third quarter of basketball, about a minute and a half in. Thompson against Hero. Back to Adebayo. The shot from the low post is good. And now it's a 12-point Heat lead.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
Pass to Adebayo. Hero against Smith. There's the pick. Hero, no good.
It seemed like he changed his mind halfway through the layup, tried to go to something else, and flat out choked it. It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
Hero kicks to Ware. Misses the 3. It's trailed by 8. Whitmore finds Thompson. Screen by Şengün. Thompson passes to Şengün. Pushing it up. A shot by Burks. Nobody around. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down. To the right side. Smith with it, and Burks picks him up defensively. From outside the arc. And Whitmore with the basket on the assist by Thompson. Whitmore's got himself going there. His first points of the game in the deep ball. There's Hero with the three. Rockets with the rebound. Şengün's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Thompson. Doesn't go that time. Wiggins with some nice D. The Heat leading by 7. They stand from 15 feet in. Not many players more dangerous in this NBA than Bam Adebayo.
No, there's not, Kevin. He's got the total package when he gets in the mid-range area on down. He can shoot the mid-range jumper above the rim to finish. He can score with his back to the basket, and he's an outstanding passer.
We haven't even mentioned his defense, right? Because his defense is off the charts.
Always an all-defense consideration.
Pass to Thompson. Out to Brooks. In the corner, Smith with it. And it's blocked. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Rockets will retain possession. Green, he's checked in for the Rockets. Van Vliet comes in for Smith. There's 47 seconds left in the third quarter of the game.
Yeah, the defender all over.
These are his third and fourth free throw attempts of the game. No good on the free throw.
For Houston, Alperen Şengün.
And he sinks the second. And here are the Heat now. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. Hero against Van Vliet. Hero kicks to Adebayo. Off target from outside. Rockets trail by 7. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Thompson outside. And Thompson throws it down.
He's got rocket ship like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Pass to Adebayo. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. The Heat shoot their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight.
And typically a strength of theirs, 79% on the season.
And the wide open shot from Green. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got his 4th assist in this one. Here's Ware. Missed inside. And as we conclude the third quarter, what a game, neither team giving ground. It's the... We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. And so Van Vliet will bring it up for the Houston Rockets. They trail by 3. Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. And it's Van Vliet into the 1. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Thompson with the bucket.
And this one has been all about Amen Thompson. A freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Works for 3. Hits it from 3-point range. And the Heat lead by 4.
Confident and composed on the three-point shot at a critical juncture.
Thompson with the bucket. Thompson's got 10 points here in the second half.
We see this night in and night out. Thompson uses his size and elevation to make tough shots in the paint.
Big hops from the backcourt.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe just what they need to get this game, GA, going in their direction.
Yeah, what a huge dunk. Making a statement right there.
And timeout is called by Ime Udoka. He's not taking any chances and wants to huddle him up right away. Jabari Smith, he's checked in for Houston. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. During the last break, got to listen in on Ime Udoka's huddle with his team. Told his guys, I need you all to come together right now on both ends. This game is not over. You need to go out there and take control now. See how it looks coming out of the timeout, guys.
Thank you, David. Burks kicks to Ware. Over in the corner, Hero. The three. And the Heat, another three.
And this is why many are high on Hero. Possesses ability to kick it up a notch and just take over.
Goes up on the block. Miami grabs the miss. On the wing, Wiggins. Brooks covering. And that one's good. Wiggins.
And this is why Wiggins has become an efficient scorer, doing a much better job with his shot quality, and loves now to attack inside.
It's stolen by Green. Looking to end the run. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And because Green is able to blow past defenders, they guard against that, so he just stops on a dime and pops.
Burks' shot is good.
Assist from.
We're in the fourth quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone. And Thompson kicks to Şengün. Back to Thompson, takes the three. It's Adebayo with the rebound. Adebayo's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Good for another bucket. He's made half a dozen now. 6 for 8 on the night.
They just won't miss. I mean, this is incredible.
Well, as a coach, this is when you enjoy what you're watching. Your team playing well and everything just flows.
Pass to Hero. Here's Ware. No one near him. Rebound by Smith. And there's a minute 45 left in the fourth quarter. Brooks kicks to Thompson. Smith outside. The screen from Thompson. Puts it up from 12. Smith, no good. The Heat leading by 10. Adebayo with the ball. Picked up by Thompson. Here's Burks. Goes to the reverse layup and drops it in. Burks has got 7 points for the quarter.
Pushing the action, getting others involved. He does it time and time again.
Yeah, when you're moving the ball like that, it just keeps everyone engaged in the game.
Now the Heat with it. They're on a 16-7 run.
And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for the Heat.
And it may be a comfortable win for him, but, you know, they had to weather a few storms along the way, and that's all part of the story.
Yeah, Kevin, this was by no means the runaway that it might appear to be. It was a scrappy performance, though, all the way through.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
And it's just competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up.
Here's Wiggins, and there's another one for the Heat.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
It is always a special feeling winning on the road. The degree of difficulty adding to that sense of accomplishment.
Here's Burks with the drive and contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Second personal foul.
That one on Thompson. No good on that one.
Shooting for Miami, Alec Burks. 2 shots.
He hits the second from the line. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for Houston. It's an 18-point game. Thompson for the triple. So Miami takes this one by a big margin. This one was over well before the final buzzer. Thank you, David. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So, for Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge.
Jackson Hayes. And for three. For the rebound.
Just last for the night, maybe 2 weeks, 2 months.
They got the heat pass
of the more offensive floor here. Not enough to cost him. It's a shot that close.
rebound. Under 2.5 minutes in the third quarter. Center. Yeah, he's the lead defender. that shot. Sure, got it right before we go to the floor. And we and where the side is we take a look at our to the game.
And he definitely deserves the award.
Bring everybody up and
well, this has been a great contest so far. I've met before the court would have more options. All the court Lakers all the lead Dorian Finney-Smith at the top, rolling the paint. And catch it from close range. Miami and the ball good. Got a outside. 51 in the fourth quarter here. Outside. Hey. Rebound by Ware. Ware's got 11 rebounds in the game.
throws that literally drain
Oh, here's Green with of it. Hero and one play. doesn't get the drop. Ray, that time for Green. Richard, we know how to defense.
It's
Moody and Burks. We've played the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Frank Every injuries probably a premium. I think all have it's a big move. Seeing on the floor like this. To the side. With the screen. the animal State Farm the speed. Got his where is just the Brooks.
tension in the air.
No doubt about it. He is palpable. Everybody wants to get their best. They're the superior team. Is really
the first meet tonight. Both teams have legit offensive talent. But they want us to be like a monster finish with a 40, and he hangs up the rim for a little extra time.
I guess there's nothing wrong with a little bit of showboating here and there.
Now, here's what he brings
pays off.